come to order. Today is March 13, 2026, and we do have a quorum present. Folks, we have a packed agenda today. Going to be a long day. Appreciate your being here. Everyone who's in the audience, you're welcome to stay for as long as you wish. We welcome your observation, your oversight, and your concern about these issues. And I mean that sincerely on all sides. One of the things about bills like this is we know that there are deeply felt feelings on both sides, and we are going to ask everyone to be respectful of the testifiers, whether you agree or disagree with the positions they're expressing. Regardless of personal and professional position on these bills, every single individual is expected to comport themselves in accordance with the decorum being read into today's record. This information is also available in written format. You can see I'm reading off a form. We're making sure we're being consistent with everyone here. This information is provided for members and staff in committee packets and on the table with other documents for the public. To ensure everyone can view, hear, and understand today's proceedings, we ask for your cooperation in maintaining decorum and civility throughout this hearing. For the safety, security, and comfort of all attendees, please note the following guidelines. Signs and placards are not permitted in the hearing room. Applause or other audible demonstrations are not allowed. This includes snapping, whistling, recordings, or any other noise. I don't want to, but if we have issues, we will ask the deputies to invite that person or persons to leave the room. Verbal outbursts, shouting, or disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. Disruptive conduct may lead to the removal of those engaging in the behaviors. And for safety reasons, everyone needs to be seated. No standing, sitting, or pacing in the walkways or aisles, and no standing or obstructing at your seat. If you do require a reasonable accommodation, please speak with our sergeant staff. They are identifiable by the gold badges on lapels and suit coats, and will be present throughout the hearing and here to ensure everyone's safety. And I know there's been at least one person who frequently attends Judiciary committees who talked to me ahead of time, not for this hearing, but earlier in the session, about his need to stand, and that's fine as long as you notify sergeants and so they're not surprised and they can just keep the decorum in the room. All right, so I think we are ready to start with bills today. We're going to start with Senator Mohamed, Senate File 3655. And members, just so you know what's expected at the conclusion of our conversation and discussion today, we will anticipate a motion to move this bill on to the Finance Committee. Senator Mohamed, you have some opening remarks, and then we'll invite your testifiers to come forward.
Thank you, Chair Latz.
Thank you.
Good morning, members. I'm Senator Zaida Mohamed. I represent District 63 in South Minneapolis. On the morning of August 27, 2025, a shooter opened fire on the Annunciation Church in South Minneapolis, killing Harper Moisky and Fletcher Merkel and wounding 27 others. 3 church parishioners in their 80s and 24 children. In the days after the shooting and over these past 7 months, I have come to know the Annunciation community, including the parents of victims, and have learned about the 2 Minnesotans we lost that day. Fletcher loved chips, Howe cookies, and the Green Bay Packers, and ran around so much he could wear out a pair of shoes in a week. Harper loved national parks and making videos, and wanted to grow up to be a veterinarian. What made Harper and Fletcher unique is what makes their loss a tragedy. That what happened to them is not unique and is in fact a routine in this country, and should enrage every one of us and call us to action to prevent the next mass shooting. The shooter at Annunciation used a semi-automatic military-style assault weapon, the same type used in shootings in Las Vegas, Sandy Hook, Parkland, Uvalde, the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, the Tree of Life Synagogue, and in more than 150 mass shootings in the last 10 years. Put simply, This is the weapon of choice for the perpetrators of the worst mass shootings in American history. Because the Annunciation shooter had this kind of weapon, they fired 116 shots in 2 minutes. And each bullet was more damaging than it would have been from a less powerful gun. Assault weapons result in more deaths, more victims, and more severe injuries. That's by design. And it's a sort of dark math that belongs on a battlefield at war, not in the pews of a church. After the shooting, as I began working on this legislation, I heard from constituents who told me how gun violence has impacted their lives. A teacher who keeps a window breaker handy in his classroom. A special education teacher who quit that job out of stress. A doctor who treats teenagers with anxiety because they are afraid of a classmate. A teacher who said kids can't learn after they've played that sick game of imagination in an active shooter drill. My generation is the first in American history where shootings became so normalized that we run those drills. If we have the courage to act, the next generation of Minnesotans won't have to. I want to thank the many people who helped on this legislation and continue to do so. I have responded to questions and concerns about this bill and the author's amendments I'm proposing today. I'm open to feedback and suggestions to strengthen this bill. And I welcome the input and support of all 66 of my colleagues here in the Senate. And most of all, I want to thank the Annunciation families. It's their strength, their commitment, their faith, and their humanity and their love for their children that got us here today. I'm honored to represent them in the Senate, but especially today with this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chair, we'll go with testifiers.
Thank you, Senator Mohamed. We will invite Jackie Flavin and Mike Moisky to come forward.
I think we're starting with the lieutenant.
Okay, that's fine. Lieutenant Andrew Schroeder, Minneapolis Police Department, or Schrader. You can tell us how to pronounce it when you get here. Senator Mohamed, who will we be going to next? I have a Dr. Rachel Weigert as well. Or did you want to go to the parents after that?
We'll go with the parents after and then Dr. Rachel.
Okay, very good. Lieutenant, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Please just identify yourself and your affiliation, and we'll hear your testimony.
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is Andrew Schroeder. I'm a lieutenant now with the Minneapolis Police Department. I oversee our major crimes unit, which houses the homicide division, our non-fatal shooting team, and our apprehension team. I'm here today to talk about the Annunciation shooting. At that time, I was the lead detective. I was a sergeant in the homicide unit. I want to bring you back to September 11th of 1997. This is going to date me, but I was a 7th grade boy in high school Spanish class in the LeSueur Henderson High School in southern Minnesota. And we heard something on the intercom that we had never heard before. Our small school went into lockdown, a school shooter. I remember being locked in the classroom for several hours, hearing loud noises, later sneaking up to the front of the classroom, looking out of the window, and seeing a blood trail down the hallway. Later to find out, a school shooter came into the school. Our one town cop responded, and Officer Nelson was shot in the head. Thank God it didn't kill him, and after he was shot, he was able to arrest the suspect and walk him out of the school. Officer Nelson survived his injuries. A helicopter landed in the football field and flew him up to the hospital. Fast forward almost 30 years later, August 27th, I'm in the homicide office and I hear the radio chirping. It's louder and louder, and our commander comes out with a panicked look and says, "We have an active shooter." I'm here today to give a little context of what happened, factual basis of the Annunciation attack. At 8:23 in the morning, the suspect arrived in the parking lot. He sat in his car for 3 minutes, and at 8:26, he exited his vehicle. At 8:26 and 17 seconds, the first shots are fired into the church with an assault rifle. About 40 seconds later, at 8:27, the first 911 call comes into police. And 20 seconds later, the last shot is fired into the sanctuary. 4 seconds after that, an active shooter call is dispatched to police. At 8:28, the suspect walked to the lower portion of the church where he shot dozens and dozens of rounds into the glass doors. At 8:28 and 52 seconds, the suspect shot himself and died by suicide. At 8:31, the first officer, Lieutenant Ryan Kelly, arrived on scene. 3 minutes later, other arriving officers located the suspect deceased in the rear of the church in the parking lot. 10 minutes later, all the victims had been loaded into ambulances and transported. Overall, there were 94 911 calls. The investigation was so large that it was the Minneapolis police were the primary agency. We were assisted greatly by the FBI and the BCA. There were 116 shell casings. From the first shot into the church to when the suspect took his own life was 2.5 minutes, and all victims were being treated within 18 minutes. This is the largest mass shooting in the country in 2025. These things continue to happen. Mass shootings are in the news every day around the country, and we're like desensitized to it, like, oh, another mass shooting. It's not acceptable. We have to do something. We have to do something. Whether it's ban assault weapons or high-capacity magazines, that's for you guys to figure out. But we, as police and families, are continuing to see gun violence every day, and it's not acceptable. With that, I'm happy to take any questions, or thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant, and thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you.
And while the lieutenant is at the testifier table, any questions specifically to the lieutenant from members of the committee? All right, thank you. You can go ahead and return to your seat. So now we'll invite two of the Annunciation parents to come forward, please. Jackie Flavin and Mike Moisky. Thank you for joining us here this morning. I know this is a difficult morning for you, as probably every morning is right now, but please, whoever's going to start, go ahead and identify yourself and your affiliation, and we'd love to hear from you.
My name is Jackie Flavin. I'm here as an Annunciation parent.
My name is Mike Moisky. Thank you for having us here today. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for hearing from us today. My name is Mike Moisky. My wife, Jackie, and I are parents of Harper Moisky, who was killed in the shooting at Annunciation Church and School on August 27th. I wish we were here under different circumstances. It's a Friday. This weekend, Harper should be playing in the snow with her friends, laughing and running around outside, and working on a poster board for the upcoming Curiosity Fair at Annunciation. Instead, she is in an urn on her mantle. On the day of the shooting, our daughter was at church, a place that is supposed to be one of the safest places that a child or any human could be. Instead, someone walked up to that building with a weapon designed to cause maximum destruction and shot 116 bullets through the stained glass windows. Bullets and glass rained down on 300-plus kids, staff, parents, and community member in the church for 2 full minutes. 2 minutes can be hard to imagine. Even now, it's hard for me to get my head around what 2 full minutes of gunfire and chaos inside of a church must have felt like, especially as kids. The sound of an AR-15 blasting through stained glass windows, bullets hitting walls, and church pews exploding and splintering as rounds tore through the sanctuary. Children running while others froze in fear and hid under pews. Kids watching their friends get shot. Teachers and students throwing themselves over classmates to try and shield them. Gun smoke filling the air as people screamed, prayed, and most tried to survive. And this continued second after second for 2 full minutes inside of a church. For many of those children and adults, those moments don't end when the gunfire stops. They replay in their minds again and again. To give you even a small sense of the terror our community went through that morning, we are asking this committee, as the people who carry the responsibility for shaping the laws that determine access to these weapons, to sit in silence with us for 2 minutes and try and imagine even a fraction of what our children and community experienced that day, and what so many of them still relive repeatedly in their minds, even after 6 months. So we'll sit here for two minutes together. Thank you for holding that time with us. 2 beautiful children died that day. More than 30 people were shot and all experienced something no one should ever have to experience: terror, chaos, and violence inside a place that was supposed to be sacred. This isn't theoretical for us. This is the reality that we live with every single day. Before you accuse our stories of being political theater, I want you to recognize that actors and stage crew get to go home at night to their lives. We go home at night to an empty room, an empty chair at our kitchen table. There is a difference. I want to say something clearly that sometimes gets lost in these conversations. The weapon matters. we hear the overly used phrase, "It's not the gun, it's the person." But when someone intent on killing chooses a weapon specifically designed to fire rapidly and cause catastrophic damage, the weapon absolutely matters. If the person is the intent, the weapon determines the scale of the outcome. Different weapons produce different outcomes. The weapon used at Annunciation allowed a single person to turn a church into a mass casualty scene in minutes. Doctors, first responders, lieutenants, survivors have all told you the same thing. These high-velocity rifles tear through and destroy human bodies in ways most other firearms do not. They were designed to maximize casualties. That design changes what happens inside a building and inside a body when violence begins. And that is exactly what happened on August 27th. We have met with researchers who specialize in active shootings and have learned that our shooter's primary objective was to inflict as much harm as possible on children. Secondly, we learned that our shooter spent a tremendous amount of time researching how to do this, and guess what specific gun they bought to inflict harm on children based on their research? The AR-15 with 5.56 ammunition that behaves like a missile. What happened in Annunciation shows exactly why the weapon matters. 2 weeks ago, we testified in a House hearing. We sat in that room and listened carefully to the arguments made after our community described children being shot in a church. And what we heard was deeply troubling. We heard lawmakers pivot to squirrel hunting references. We heard about Chicago crime statistics. We heard arguments that nothing should be done because no law can stop every tragedy. If I'm being honest, sitting there as a parent who just cremated his daughter for the second time a few months prior, that was shocking. Because when conversation about murdered children quickly turns into talking points about hobbies in distant cities, it starts to feel like the human reality of what happened is being pushed aside because people don't want to confront it. I sometimes feel like we're having two different conversations. Families like mine are talking about the day our children were murdered, and the debate we hear in rooms like this sound more like a conversation or a discussion about product features. Over the past 6 months, Jackie and I have met with many legislators across this purple state, and we've noticed a pattern. When the conversation turns to these specific weapons, it often gets redirected. Suddenly, we're pivoting to mental health, school security, law enforcement, anything except the weapon itself. Those are also important topics, but they are not substitutes for addressing the weapon that created the scale of destruction we saw that day. Responsible leaders address all parts of the problem, all parts, not just the ones that are politically comfortable. I want to be clear that we do not expect everyone to agree with us at all. We understand this is a complicated issue, but we do expect the conversation to take seriously the reality of what this weapon does. Because what happened in Annunciation was not theoretical. It was a person with a weapon designed to fire rapidly into a church full of children. This AR-15 turned a sanctuary into a mass casualty scene in less than 3 minutes. Another argument we often hear, this bill wouldn't have stopped the Annunciation shooter or the event. Maybe not. But if that is the standard, then we should repeal a lot of laws. Seatbelts don't stop every fatal crash. Drunk driving laws don't stop every accident. Domestic violence laws don't stop every assault. Fire codes don't stop every fire. Public safety laws exist to reduce harm, to make tragedies less likely or less deadly when they do happen. The question is not whether a law prevents every tragedy. The real question is, would fewer people have died if we tried? We also hear that criminals don't follow laws. That is very true. Criminals also don't follow murder laws, but we still have murders because laws set boundaries. They create friction and they shape what is easy and what is hard. Public policy doesn't create perfection, but it can reduce harm. And right now, The harm from these weapons is catastrophic. I've heard lawmakers and leaders talk about these weapons in the context of hunting. Let me be clear. I have spent time hunting and with hunters and gun enthusiasts in Minnesota and many other states. I have met many responsible gun owners, and I respect gun ownership, safe gun ownership, and the deep hunting traditions that exist here in Minnesota. Minnesotans and Minnesota's hunting heritage runs deep. Most hunters in our state use shotguns or bolt-action rifles or traditional hunting rifles for deer or waterfowl and other game. Those traditions are important to many families and communities across Minnesota. But the weapon used at Annunciation was not about putting food on the table. I want to be very clear that nothing about what happened at Annunciation resembles hunting. And when people start talking about squirrel hunting, right after hearing about murdered children, something has gone wrong in our conversation. It reveals how far we have drifted from the core question, which is this: why are weapons capable of this level of destruction treated as ordinary consumer goods? If a weapon that someone prefers for sport is also the weapon that repeatedly shows up in the deadliest attacks in our schools and churches, then we should at least have the courage to ask that weapon if it belongs in our civilian life. Because right now we're prioritizing hobbies and convenience over the lives of our children. Mental health absolutely matters, but mental health illnesses exist in every country. The level of gun violence we experience here in ours does not. So we should absolutely strengthen mental health care, and we should also be honest about the role that weapons play in the scale of these tragedies. Every one of you chose public service. That means making hard decisions, not avoiding them, not hiding behind talking points, not pretending that nothing can be done. Your job is to weigh the evidence, weigh the harm, and decide what kind of society do we want to live in. We are not here because we want to be. We are here because our daughter was savagely murdered by an AR-15, and we are trying to make sure fewer families have to experience the hell that we and hundreds of other families are living through. What you decide here today will shape whether another family someday sits where we are sitting now. Voting yes means that you are saving future families from unspeakable tragedy. Voting no means that you're uncomfortable with it continuing, or you are comfortable with it continuing to happen. Or more specifically, that being able to hunt with this specific weapon is more important than real human lives. We are asking you to act where you can, because if we have the ability to reduce the scale of the next tragedy even a little, why wouldn't you? Why? That's the part we can't figure out. Why not save lives if you know that you can? You owe an answer to all Minnesotans, but if you can't do that, at least answer that for yourself tonight when you go home and look in the mirror. Choosing not to try is a decision also. We will remind you of that when the next AR-15 mass casualty event happens in Minnesota. You can bet on it. We will pull up the names of those who voted to keep these weapons accessible. We'll skip the formality of asking what could have been done and go right to the people who let it happen. Families like ours are asking you for one thing: to try. It will be a family in one of your districts spared from this unspeakable tragedy, and it will have been worth it. Thank you for having us here today.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of the committee we all mourn for your loss, and I'm sure it's hard every day for you, and appreciate your fortitude and courage coming here to share your thoughts with us this morning. Senator Mohamed, I have one more testifier on your list, and that's Dr. Rachel Weigert.
That's right.
If Dr. Weigert will come on forward. I hope I got the name pronounced correctly. go ahead and introduce yourself and your affiliation and give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rachel Weigert. I'm a pediatric emergency medicine physician at Children's Minnesota. Thank you, Chair Latz and committee members. As I just said, my name is Dr. Rachel Weigert. I am a mother, a pediatric emergency room physician at Children's Minnesota, and a gun violence prevention researcher, and I'm here to express full support for the bills before you today, specifically Senator Mohamed's bill to ban assault weapons and large capacity magazines. I was working in the emergency department at Children's Minnesota in our Minneapolis campus on the day of the Annunciation shooting. That morning was a typical morning. I had a 7 a.m. shift. I woke up early. I rushed off drinking my coffee. My husband was driving our girls to their well child checks and texting me with questions to deliver to our pediatrician. Later, he noted that it was odd that he was passing so many ambulances headed in the same direction because Annunciation is about a mile from our home. He knew something was very wrong. Moments later, we got a call at our emergency department letting us know that we would be receiving a 10-year-old with a gunshot wound to the head. And we were almost immediately updated that this was an active shooter situation at a school, and we should prepare to receive several more children. As a level 1 pediatric trauma center, my colleagues and I train regularly to respond to these types of tragic events, but the Annunciation shooting was the single largest trauma incident we've responded to in recent history. It should go without saying, but any bullet can do an incredible amount of damage, especially to a child's small body. But a bullet from an automatic weapon is designed to splinter into dozens of twisted metal shards that can instantly kill a child. When this type of bullet strikes tissue, it begins to topple end over end and can create a significant internal defect, almost the size of a torso of a young child, about this wide. And 116 of those bullets were fired into the church that day. The conversations I had with my young patients that day still haunt me. One child, while holding his new Matchbox truck, told me that he was shot in the back while laying on top of his friend, likely saving his friend's life. Another young girl instinctively laid on top of the first graders, shielding them from the spray of bullets. As I removed bullet fragments from her arm and leg, she asked how we could leave the fragment in her skull, knowing that it would be there every time she brushed her hair, every day, for the rest of her life. Medically, I can answer these questions, but as an adult, I truly feel like we have failed our children. The common theme I heard from kids that day that honestly disgusts me was, I knew what to do because we prepare for this. While working last night, a 5-year-old was telling me about the drills that they do because, quote, they could come in our classroom and shoot us, and we would die while we were just trying to learn a lesson, like phonics. A 5-year-old, a kindergartner, told me this. I'm in awe of the students' bravery. It's incredible to me that they instinctively knew to lay down on top of the younger students. I still can't believe that to this day. But I'm just disgusted and devastated by the fact that we live in a society where we've asked this of our children instead of placing the responsibility for their safety on ourselves, asking them to prepare with militaristic precision for the inevitability that they may be targeted and potentially killed in their own school. As a doctor, I'm supposed to train and prepare for the worst, but not kids, not educators, and not parents. My children, your children, and any child that calls Minnesota home deserves to know that they can stay safe from gun violence, whether that's at home, school, church, or anywhere in our community. Passing these bills would demonstrate your commitment to that shared goal, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Weigert. All right, so we're going to go to public testimony now, and just sort of as a preface, and this will hold throughout the hearing as well. We had when the hearing was announced, we do so on a website. We send out notifications to people that have signed up for notifications for Judiciary Committee. And anyone who wanted to had an opportunity to sign up to testify. We can't always accommodate everyone, because sometimes there are a lot of people who wish to do so. And we prioritized individual citizens over organizations. I think over the course of the day, you'll hear from a variety of people on all sides of these issues. And it's pretty well balanced in terms of pros and cons over the course of the hearing today. So whether for an individual bill or not, it's hard to say. It kind of depends on who signs up to testify. But so with that, we've done every effort that we can to be fair to give time to those who wish to be heard on these matters. We're going to start now with the public testifiers. Because we have limited time today in a full agenda, we're going to ask each testifier to limit their testimony to 2 minutes, and we will be timing it, so please pay attention. We'll let you know when you're getting close, but please respect that we all want to have time to listen and to allow everyone who wants to testify to do so. So we're going to invite Lily Wiltsey and Jonathan Hauptman to come forward. You can have, these are those who have signed up in opposition to this proposal. If you could have a seat at the testifier table on either side of Senator Mohamed. We'll start with Lily Wiltsey. If I mispronounce names, I apologize. You can correct me when you introduce yourself. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry, a quick point of order question.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, sorry.
Ma'am.
There won't be any questions, right? Or
Not during your testimony, no. Members of the committee do have an opportunity to ask questions. If you indicate that you prefer not to have answer questions, I guess that's up to you.
okay, sorry, I've never done this before.
No, it's quite all right. You're doing just great. Go ahead and present us with your testimony, please.
Okay, hi there, everyone. I'm Lily Wiltsey. I'm a current student here in Minnesota, and okay, sorry. My argument will be structured around 3 main points. 1, violence against trans adults. 2, reduction of crime. And 3, geography. I'll begin with Minnesota's geography. All data here was pulled from the Metropolitan Council and mn.gov using the Google Maps API and NIJ. Over 60% of the Minnesota population lives within a 1-hour drive to Hudson, Wisconsin, which is home of 4 gun stores. And as was mentioned previously by one of the testifiers, mass shootings are often premeditated. They are planned months in advance. I find it hard to believe that a 1-hour drive will be a significant speed bump or hurdle to an individual who wishes to carry out such an attack. Simply put, Minnesota's position and the states around us and their positions on gun control and regulation make it very difficult for a bill like this to successfully thwart these sorts of cases. Second is the reduction of crime. My data here is from the FBI relating to firearms crime in Minnesota from 2021 to 2026. In terms of homicides, 7.2% were committed with rifles and 87% were committed by handguns. Likewise, with aggravated assault, 4.3% were committed with rifles, 88% were committed with handguns. The data here shows that handguns are the primary cause of assaults and deaths. This bill does nothing to regulate handguns. Finally, I would like to talk about violence against trans adults. The data here is from the Journal of the American Medical Association. In a study of over 65,000 participants, 60% trans participants, 60% experienced physical or sexual violence within the past year, and 35% reported physical violence within their lifetime. Trans individuals are disproportionately victimized and targeted for their sexual and gender identities, and there's a very clear and present danger to individuals like myself. I myself have been the victim of both physical and psychological violence. There's a very clear need for self-defense for transgender individuals such as myself, which is why I stand opposite to HF 355. Sorry.
Thank you for your testimony. Exactly 2 minutes. Perfect. But appreciate your being here and sharing your views with us. You're welcome to stay at the table if you wish, or you can have a seat back at the room, your seat if you wish. Jonathan Hauptman.
Very good, thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you to the committee for having me. I'm here in opposition of SF 3655. We are here today because of an immense tragedy. Tragedy which parents and first responders have bravely shared today, reopening profound wounds out of their commitment to save anyone from suffering this way again. Their heartbreak is palpable and shared by everyone in this room. And their testimony compels from me the moral solidarity to collaborate on real solutions. And this legislation perpetuates the tragedy by providing neither deserved justice nor answers. The application and enforcement is far too broad for the specificity of the problem. I believe we can agree that our state's new red flag laws failed to prevent this tragedy, partially because the shooter passed a background check, and partially because these attacks are not committed by people who accidentally slipped through the cracks, but by people for whom the sick revenge of shocking violence seems like the only way to be socially visible at all, because they exist outside of the structures of care and attention which would notice them and intervene. And they are invisible to these laws, too. That's the honest problem. But here's what the proposed solution looks like. What if your phone and computer were subject to search at any time because someone somewhere might be distributing child abuse material? What if we treat everyone like a potential criminal simply for owning things which criminals misuse? This bill transforms the exercise of a right into an expectation of future guilt. You will be searched until we find something. The Supreme Court held unanimously in Coniglia v. Strom that there is no public safety exception to the warrant requirement. You cannot condition one right on the surrender of another. And the painful irony is that blanket enforcement and bans do not solve that invisibility either. They only make it worse. Every resource spent registering, inspecting, and prosecuting the law-abiding, the detectable, the compliant, the people who were never the problem, is a resource not spent on finding the people who are the problem.
Please go ahead and wrap up your testimony.
15 seconds, thank you. Every false positive makes real detection exponentially more difficult. Mass enforcement is a spotlight pointed away from the darkness. It doesn't make harm harder, it makes the harmful harder to see. I grieve with the families in this room. Their pain deserves honesty, and we can find something to win on together. But this is not it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will ask you to go ahead and have your seat back at the, in the audience, and we will invite forward Michael Orange and Alexandra Fitzsimmons. Michael Orange, go ahead and introduce yourself, please, and provide us with your testimony. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Michael Orange. I'm here representing local Chapter 27, Veterans for Peace, in support of the Bill 3655. Now, I believe that most law-abiding owners of assault weapons are also concerned about reducing gun violence, and especially the effects on our children. And I understand why people treasure their assault weapons. During my year of combat in Vietnam as a Marine, I lavished more care on my M16 than on any object in my life. But these weapons' ability, including the AR-15, to accommodate high-capacity magazines, makes them the weapon of choice for mass shooters. I've already submitted testimony on behalf of our group that lists 7 suggested changes to your bill, Senator. They are intended to minimize the impacts on law-abiding owners of assault weapons so that they can certify or register their weapons and continue to use them for the rest of their lives if they wish. Gun rights advocates base their so-called constitutional right argument by asserting that their weapons are not weapons of war. But the history of the AR-15 contradicts that belief. It was designed 70 years ago as an automatic rifle for the military. And later, Colt Firearms modified it for civilian use by making it semi-automatic. However, anyone who served in the infantry, as I did, knows The automatic fire is only valuable as for suppressive fire to enable maneuvering on a battlefield. Otherwise, it's just a waste of ammunition. To aim and hit a target, both the military and the civilian weapons function the same. In fact, the AR-15 is more powerful than the standard military issue M4 assault rifle that replaced the M16.
Please wrap up your testimony.
I witnessed the lethality of these weapons in Vietnam. I watched just 30 feet away as two young boys, maybe 9 or 10 years old, ran away when a bomb they had set off prematurely went off on our fire support base. And I watched what these rounds do as my fellow Marines shot these two boys and shredded their little bodies, exploded their faces, and tore them apart. This memory haunts me to this day. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you for your testimony. Alexandra Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alexandra Fitzsimmons, and I'm the Senior Policy Director with Children's Defense Fund, Minnesota. Children's Defense Fund researches, develops, and advocates for policies that improve the health and well-being of children across our state. Preventing gun violence is critical to our work because the safety of children's environments is fundamental to their health. When we hear the stories from the Annunciation community, from the children, parents, teachers, first responders, and doctors, it is impossible not to ask a simple question. How can we hear these stories and not do everything in our power to protect children from the pain and devastation caused by assault weapons and high-capacity magazines? Children need safety to grow and thrive. When children feel safe, their developing brains can focus on the work of childhood, playing outside, learning to read, building friendships, and exploring the world around them. But when children live with fear or exposure to violence, their brains shift into survival mode. Research shows that exposure to gun violence increases anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress and can disrupt healthy brain development. Today, firearms are the leading cause of death for children and adolescents in our country. And when assault-style weapons and high-capacity magazines are used, the harm becomes even more devastating. Pediatric trauma research shows high-velocity rifle rounds tear through tissue and destroy organs far beyond the bullet's path, injuries that are catastrophic in a child's small body. Studies also show that shootings involving high-capacity magazines result in significantly more deaths and injuries. Researchers can measure these harms, but the children and families of the Annunciation community have lived them. Their courage in sharing what happened that August morning and every day since then has taught all of us more than any study ever could about the fear children carry and the devastation these weapons leave behind. We will not abandon the children of Annunciation. We must center our children, their safety, their well-being, and their childhoods in this discussion. I urge you to vote not only as policymakers, but as parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, moms, dads, neighbors. And if you feel conflicted, close your eyes and remember the first thoughts you had when you heard there had been a shooting at Annunciation that Wednesday in August. Everyone's first thoughts were the same. They were about the children. And today we must act for the children, for Harper, for Fletcher, for all the children of Annunciation, for all of our children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. We're not going to open up the floor for questions. If members have any questions for any of the testifiers, if you do, we'll ask the testifier to return to the testifier table. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is directed to the author of the bill. Regarding the high-capacity magazines, I was looking through the bill and I have a hard time finding the definition of what a large capacity magazine is. Could you tell me where it is in the bill?
So, Senator Limmer, I think what I'm going to do, because we have a couple of authors' amendments to put the bill in this shape, first, if there are any questions for the testifiers, let's focus on those first, and then we'll work on the bill itself.
I'll withdraw my question.
Fair enough. Thank you. Any questions from members for any of the testifiers that were here today? Okay, I'm not seeing any at this time. So then let's turn to the A4 amendment, which will be handed out to the members at this time. And then once we take care of these author amendments, we will go ahead and have member questions and discussion on the bill content itself. Senator Seeberger, I understand you're going to offer the A4 amendment. It is being handed out. Why don't you go ahead and describe it to us?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. The A4 amendment reflects work done by Senator Mohamed in listening to concerns by various stakeholders to portions of the bill. It removes certain sections of the bill, including the ability of law enforcement to go into someone's house and check how they store their firearms. It removes the portion, I'm blanking, but it does reflect a continuing willingness and cooperation of Senator Mohamed to continue to make this bill better. And I appreciate that, and for that I move the
A4.
I offer the A4 author's amendment.
All right, just so we set the table properly here, we'll ask council to review the other contents of the amendment so that we know exactly what the changes are, and then we'll take the vote on it. Mr. Pappas.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members. So it deletes the appropriate law enforcement agency from having any responsibility for certifying semi-automatic weapons or large capacity magazines. That would fall solely on the BCA. It deletes the requirement that a person safely store the firearm or the magazine via standards from the BCA. It deletes the requirement that the BCA adopt rules regarding safe storage. And it also allows, it puts in a process for a person who inherits one of these items to keep it via certifying it. And then in addition to that, it adds a data practices piece, that data on individuals collected, created, received, maintained, and disseminated under the bill by the BCA or other law enforcement agencies classified as private data.
All right, Senator Seeberger moves the A4 amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an A5 author's amendment as well, be offered by or distributed by staff.
And Senator Mohamed, I believe this is just some further technical changes, as counsel was describing earlier. Rather than naming an appropriate law enforcement agency, we insert the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Correct.
Okay. I'll ask Senator Clark to offer the A5 amendment. Are there any questions, members? All right, Senator Clark moves the adoption of the A5 amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion prevails and the amendment's adopted.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
It's already started, hasn't it? You calling me Madam Chair now, or are you just uncertain who's got the gavel?
It's that binary thing we keep talking about.
We've been through this before. All right, Senator Limmer.
As we present amendments, they're kind of hard to digest in such a quick manner. Would the author of the amendment explain the amendment to us a little more in detail? A5, I think we spent about 5 seconds on it.
Senator Mohamed can certainly speak to the A5 amendment, let's go ahead and make sure that everyone understands what was in the amendment, or we can always have counsel explain it. Senator Mohamed, did you wish to do that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it just is a technical language to make sure that we drop local law enforcement agencies and make sure that we replace that with BCA.
Thanks. So this was a follow-up on the A4 amendment to make sure that the language is clear?
Yep, in other parts of the bill where we didn't catch that.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions about the A5 amendment content at this time? All right. Are there any other authors' amendments at this time?
Mr. Chair?
Then we're going to open up the floor to members of the committee for discussion, questions of the author, or other amendments that members may wish to offer. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir Mohamed, in allowing the BCA to inspect location and whereabouts of a weapon or a capacity clip, large capacity clip, are you intending that that law enforcement agency needs a warrant based on probable cause?
Senator Mohamed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I understand your question. Maybe I'll ask you to rephrase it, but I would say what the amendment does, or I guess what the BCA will do is certify people who are going to go register their high-capacity magazines and their assault weapons.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. Chair, the way I read the original bill and how it has been modified, the BCA, can it still, let me reframe it, can they come into a person's home to inspect whether or not you have a semi-automatic assault rifle or a large capacity magazine?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Mohamed.
Senator Limmer, no, the E4 amendment deleted that part, I believe.
All right.
Senator Limmer.
Well, Madam, Mr. Chair, I think the amendment focused on lines 6.4 and 5 on the original bill, and it focuses on military-style assault weapons. But where does it show that the same provision would affect large capacity magazines?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Mohamed.
Mr. Chair, Senator Limmer, it should be for both, and if that's not caught in the bill, we'll make sure we bring an amendment and you catch that.
Mr. Pappas.
Mr. Chair and members, yes, if you look on the A4 line 1.23, the deletion on page 8, lines 4 to 7, makes the change in the large capacity magazine provision as well.
Any follow-up, Senator Limmer?
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Any further questions from members of the committee? Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Chair. To the author, a couple questions for you. So yesterday, I carried this language with me into a sporting goods store, and I was unable to find any hunting rifle, like semi-automatic hunting rifle, that would not have been banned by this. And we all read it to read that the shroud attached to the barrel would not permit any form of a foregrip, and which nearly every rifle I've ever seen has one. Was that the intention of the bill? Because it seems to go far beyond just the semi-automatic military rifles that you claim to be targeting here.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Mohamed.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I think the bill speaks for itself. What we're talking about in this bill is, I think we should talk about what these weapons are most commonly used for. They're used for taking human life. We can have a conversation about protecting hunting culture. I think Mike touched on that. But I don't think anyone would find these firearms at the hunting shack or in the deer, in the deer stand. But I'll say these types of weapons are not used by ethical gun hunters or ethical hunters.
I wasn't referencing, oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't referencing any 5.56 chambered weapons here. I'm specifically referencing the large caliber semi-automatic weapons that are also affected by this bill. Browning BARs. There's a huge list of them. Again, none of them were chambered in 5.56. These were all hunting rounds.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Mohamed.
Senator, I can give you the list of types of specific guns that are going to be impacted by this if you'd like, and it should be in your packet.
That's a good segue for me just to mention to members and to the public so you understand. In the packets that were distributed to all the members of the committee, there is a staff, a Senate Council summary of the bill. There's a fiscal note as well, and there's correspondence from a lot of people that had interest in this bill. So I just refer you, emails that were submitted, organizations that submitted comments, local elected officials that submitted comments, as well as the full text of the bill. So as you can see, there's a lot of stuff up here for the public record as well as for our members' consideration. Senator Holmstrom, did you have any follow-up on that at this time?
I do.
Senator Holmstrom.
I guess my testimony here is that that's not an exhaustive list, and I think that's concerning. I'd like to move on to large capacity magazines, which are also mentioned in the bill.
Go ahead, Senator Holmstrom.
So in 2015, we had an Islamic terror attack in St. Cloud at the Crossroads Mall. That attack targeted and harmed 10 individuals. It was stopped by Jason Falconer, an off-duty part-time police officer from Avon. He owns an indoor shooting range and is actually the tactical firearms training officer for his department. It took him 10 rounds to end the threat that day. This is one of the highest trained individuals in the state of Minnesota. In a high-stress situation, it took him 10 rounds to save his life and the life of those around him. How is an average citizen supposed to defend themselves in this type of a situation if they not having a lifetime and expert level training? How are they supposed to defend themselves not being able to carry what he was that day?
Senator
Chair.
Mohamed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, with all due respect, I think you heard from the parents of Harper. You heard from a lieutenant who's been doing this work for decades. There are numerous studies where this type of weapon does enormous damage to the human body. In terms of people protecting themselves, there are other guns people can get. These weapons belong in the battlefield, at war, not anywhere in our communities. And by the way, in our bill, law enforcement and members of the military have an exception, and they can still go ahead and get it.
Senator Holmstrom.
You didn't address the question there. The question isn't about law enforcement. Of course, they can still carry, thank goodness. However, most concealed carry weapons that I use and that many hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans use have more than 10 round magazines. These are not AR-15s. These are small caliber, usually pistols, 9mm or the like, that are used for self-defense. These are not AR-15s. They're not shooting 5.56 rounds. These are self-defense weapons that carry more than 10 rounds. And again, the point of the story is that an expert, an industry expert, almost nobody is more highly trained than this individual, in a high-stress situation, wasn't able to end the threat with 1 or 2 rounds. How are you going to ask a mother with children to defend to somehow, in the highest stress moment of her life, defend her family with these types of restrictions?
Senator Mohamed.
Sure, and I think, I don't think the senator is looking for a specific answer for me, but I'll tell you this. I think you out to answer the parents at Annunciation who had 116 shots under 2 minutes went through their school and their church while their kids were at Mass. We do not need that type of weapon in our communities. And if you think that's the type of weapon that mothers need in our communities to protect themselves, then you're out of touch with Minnesotans.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you. Once again, you did not address the question about self-defense weapons and handguns. But,
Thank you. Your question is not in good faith.
All right, we're going to interrupt this here right now. Senator Holmstrom, this is not a cross-examination, so if you have a question, that's fine, but please stay focused on that. And Senator Mohamed, we're not going to question anyone's motives. here in this conversation. I know this is a very emotional topic for everyone that's involved, but let's maintain the decorum among ourselves, same as we ask our members of the audience to, please. Thank you. Senator Holmstrom, any follow-up?
Yes, one more question. We'll move on to the provision about certification of ownership. So there's a requirement that you must certify this weapon with the BCA, but there's not a time frame or for an issuance of certification. So if I apply for a certification and they take an unlimited amount of time to get back to me, what do I do with my weapon in the meantime?
Senator Mohamed.
Mr. Chair, I think we say the person must certify within 120 days if they have a gun or if they've inherited it, and the BCA will get back to you. But I believe the BCA works fast, and there's enough funding in this bill to make sure that they have.
Anyone from the BCA here who could answer that? Get information to Senator Holmstrom in response to the question when they're able to do so. I don't see anyone here from the BCA at this time. Senator Holmstrom, any follow-up on that?
Yeah, so I want to clarify that, just that.
Do so. From the BCA at this time. Senator Holmstrom, any follow-up on that?
Yeah, so I want to clarify that, just that if the BCA can see this later. 517 specifies that the owner must request certification. It does not guarantee that they receive that certification or any time frame thereof. I'd just like clarification on that. With that, I guess I'll end my questions. I do want to address one thing that has been brought up a few times, and I want to clarify. I started asking about the hunting rifles specifically because I went there last night and looked to see if there was any common hunting rifles that weren't, and I couldn't find them. That is not the reason that we're here defending these bills. That's not the reason that I'm defending the Second Amendment today. I am, of course, defending it because over the last 100 years, we've seen 250+ million people killed by their own nations, and the Second Amendment is created specifically to defend our right against a tyrannical government that looks to strip away our freedom. That is the reason that I defend these bills. It is not because I like hunting. That is just an ancillary benefit, but these guns exist in our society for a specific reason. They've been legal since the founding of this nation for a very specific reason, and I look at the atrocities in the last century, and I don't think that that's a good time to start stripping these away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Looking forward to you speaking about the occupation in our state as well.
I'll just make a note that AR-15s didn't exist at the founding of this country, nor any weapons that had that kind of destructive capacity. And if we believe the most recent U.S. Supreme Court decisions on how we evaluate application of the Second Amendment, that is supposed to refer us back to what the founders intended and what the conditions existed at the founding of the country. There'd be no room in that interpretation for AR-15s to be, or similar weapons to be constitutionally protected. But I guess we can go as far down the constitutional road of conversation as we wish to here today.
Mr. Chair, if you would
Senator
allow me
Holmstrom.
to. Thank you. I'd like to address that point. I don't think that any of us here are constitutional scholars or any of us knew exactly what the founders intended, but there were certainly high-capacity flintlocks back in the day, and the founders absolutely allowed ownership of cannons privately. So I don't think that that's a fair decision, or a fair statement, and I think that we need to be careful on what we believe our constitutional grounds are. Nobody here is entitled to a tyrannical opinion that they are intending to force down on the Minnesota people. Thank you.
All right, I had one question for Senator Holmstrom. You expressed concern about the high-capacity limits or magazine limits here. Right now, there aren't any such limits under state law. And you said that 10 would not enable any reasonable person to be able to defend themselves. Is there a number at which you believe that for handguns that would be sufficient for defense purposes?
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Holmstrom.
So I could tell you that with my level of skill and training, I aim for 15 to 17 rounds, but again, this isn't a decision that I think that any of us can make because I don't know the skill and level of each person in this room and each person intending to defend themselves. So I think that this is something that we can leave up to responsible gun-owning adults. Thank you.
So my concern is the lower the level of skill, the higher the number in a magazine that would be necessary to try to stop a shooter. But if you need that many bullets to stop the shooter, the likelihood of ancillary damage for innocent bystanders also increases substantially. So I think, where do we find the right number? I think if there is a right number to be had, we can have the conversation, but in my mind, it's certainly not 100 or unlimited capacity.
And Mr. Chair,
Senator Mohamed.
I do have a hard stop in just a few minutes, and I think one of my colleagues will come up and help me out.
I understand that, Senator Mohamed. Is there any further conversation, discussion, or amendments from members of the committee before we take action on the bill? Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Mohamed, not only for bringing this bill, but also for your active engagement and listening to everyone to make this bill the best that it can be. Thank you, Lieutenant, for sharing your story. Thank you, Jackie Flavin and Mike Moisky, for your testimony and for graciously welcoming me into your home earlier this fall to discuss your beautiful daughter, Harper, and the need to do something to stop this epidemic of senseless gun violence. My heart breaks for you and for Fletcher Merkel's parents, family, and friends, and for all the children and families affected by gun violence in Minnesota. We heard from the pediatric emergency physician who treated some of the kids injured in the Annunciation shooting, and I'd like to talk about the paramedics who responded. I recently sat down with a medic who responded to the Annunciation shooting, and his story was horrific. He's not okay. He will never be okay. The medics who responded to the Annunciation shooting saw the carnage, scooped up the kids, treated and transported them, handed them off to the emergency department staff, then turned around and continued with their shift. Think about that. Would you be in a frame of mind to go back to work after that? That's what they did. Keep in mind that there was a mass shooting in Minneapolis the day prior to the Annunciation tragedy, leaving 1 dead and 6 injured. These medics respond to shooting and gun violence daily. We live in a reality where everyone knows what an active shooter is, and we all recognize that we may well encounter that situation. I have participated in active shooter drills that are horrifyingly realistic. Blanks fired in a school, shouting, lights off, fire alarms blaring, smoke machines filling the halls with smoke, and volunteers strewn about acting as shooting victims. My job was to identify who was alive and who was dead. That experience sticks with me. As a paramedic myself, I have treated shooting victims. I have seen the horror and devastation a firearm causes to a human body. I am well aware what trauma looks like and what it feels like to do everything I can to save someone, but have them die anyway. I am also a gun owner and the holder of a permit to carry. Since June 14th, I have felt the real fear of being a public official under threat from members of the public who may hold a grudge, known or unknown, relating to my work at the Capitol. Since the murders of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, I have understood the concern, Senator Holstrom, of a tyrannical government underlying the intent of the Second Amendment. I no longer feel safe, and I am grateful I am able to carry my own firearm in the hopes that I never have to use it. I agree we need to do something. What we're doing is not working. However, I am concerned with the scope of this bill. I disagree that we should ban semi-automatic pistols that have the capacity to accept more than 10 rounds, which we see on lines 3.9 to 310. I disagree that a large capacity magazine should be limited to only 10 rounds. And I am also concerned that this issue, which is at its heart a public safety issue, is being turned into a partisan issue by both parties. Both parties. I spent the interim meeting with stakeholders to discuss potential solutions. I met with firearm owners, firearm dealers, gun violence prevention folks, constitutional lawyers, Harper Moisky's parents. I met with my fellow lawmakers on both sides of the aisle and in both chambers to try to craft a starting point that can make a difference and, more importantly, pass through a balanced legislature. This is a complex and difficult issue, but we must do something. I implore my fellow lawmakers to take the partisanship out of this discussion and work together. I invite any lawmaker to meet with me and continue this discussion. I thank Senator Mohamed for continuing to work with me and others to make this bill the best it can be. I'll be a yes on this bill because we must do something. And I look forward to continuing to work with the bill author to continue to improve this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Mohamed, closing comments before we vote.
Mr. Chair, I'm grateful to the parents who showed up and keep showing up while grieving the loss of their loved ones. I'm grateful to my colleagues who've had an input. I expect this bill will be different before it gets to the Senate floor, and I intend to take the perspective and the advice of all my colleagues, both sides of the aisle. Thank you, Senator Seeberger. I look forward to continuing to work with you, and thank you, Chair Latz, for just being there from day one. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Senator Mohamed. Senator Westland, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Senate File 3655 as amended be recommended to pass and sent to, I believe, the Finance Committee.
Senator Westland moves that Senate File 3655 as amended be recommended to pass and be referred to the Committee on Finance.
And a roll call, Mr. Chair.
And requests a roll call. There will be a roll call. Clerk will take the roll.
Chair Latz.
Yes.
Vice Chair Verbaeten.
Yes.
Senator Limmer.
No.
Senator Clark.
Yes.
Senator Holmstrom.
No.
Senator Kroon.
No.
Senator Pappas.
Yes.
Senator Seeberger.
Yes.
Senator Westland.
Yes.
Senator Westrom. Senator Westrom.
We understand Senator Westrom may be online. We'll wait a moment. Senator Westrom, we see that you're on the tile for the Zoom broadcast of this hearing, but you appear to be muted, so if you are responding, we are not receiving it. Can you unmute and respond audibly, please? We'll give you about 15, 20 seconds here, otherwise we'll have to move on. All right, we're going to have to move forward without receiving a vote from Senator Westrom at this time. There being 6 votes in favor and 3 opposed, the motion prevails. Thank you, members. Thank you, Senator Mohamed. Senator Holmstrom, you will find there are some of us on the committee who do fancy ourselves a bit of constitutional scholars, or at least Senator Kroon, sitting to your right, we know, believes himself to be that. Wear the mantle proudly, Senator Kroon. It's a feather in one's cap to know a lot about the Constitution. I've certainly lived and breathed it in my 38 years practicing law as well, in service on this committee, and there are other lawyers on the committee. Senator Holmstrom, you serve on this committee long enough. You may fancy yourself a constitutional scholar. Maybe if you get a JD, you could actually be one. All right, with that said, I know these are difficult subjects, but we have to have a little bit of levity, I think, to sort of work our way through this. I'm going to make an announcement about Senate File 3661, which was on the agenda. It's a bill that I have authored relating to ghost guns. In an effort to accommodate the Attorney General Ellison's schedule, that bill has been moved to Monday and will be heard in this committee on Monday. All the documents submitted for today will be included for members and for the public, and testifiers have been notified of the change. At this time, then, the next bill up is also authored by me, Senate File 3836. I'm going to hand the gavel off to Vice Chair Umar Verbatim.
Senator Latz, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. Senate File 3836 addresses data classification, data maintained by the government relating to permits to carry, specifically exempts sheriffs from certain requirements to delete certain data. You have a description of the bill in your packet. If there are any further specific questions about the data implications, we do have Counsel Primo here as well to assist with that. I ask for your support for the bill.
Okay, we do have Anna Lamy scheduled to testify. You can come forward. And when you begin your testimony, just state your name and title for the record. Thank you.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you. My name is Anna Leamy, Director of Government Relations and Advocacy for the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. Senate File 3836 proposes changes to the classification and retention of data related to Minnesota's permit to carry system. While presented as an administrative change, the bill raises serious concerns regarding privacy, civil liberties, and unnecessary expansion of government record-keeping involving gun owners. Minnesota's permit to carry system requires applicants to provide sensitive personal information, including their identity, residence, and eligibility documentation to their local sheriff. That information is collected for a limited purpose, to administer the permit process and verify eligibility. When the legislature established Minnesota's modern permit to carry system in 2003 and reaffirmed it in 2005, lawmakers made a deliberate policy decision to classify this information as private data. That decision recognized the significant potential for abuse if lists of permit holders were made public or widely accessible. Across the country, similar information has been misused for political targeting, harassment, and public shaming of gun owners. Minnesota intentionally chose to protect permit holders from that type of abuse. Senate File 3836 reverses that policy choice and risks exposing sensitive information about gun owners who have complied with every requirement of state law. Maintaining large databases containing firearm-related information also creates significant cybersecurity and privacy risk. Government systems across the country have been frequent targets of data breaches, and expanding access to sensitive data increases the potential harm to Minnesota residents. Minnesota already has the tools necessary to administer the permit to carry system and ensure public safety. Expanding the accessibility of personal data does not deter violent crime and does nothing to address individuals who misuse firearms. Public safety is best served by focusing enforcement resources on violent offenders, not expanding government record keeping about gun owners. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote no on Senate File 3836.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Just want to ask first if there's any member questions for our testifiers. And if not, we can go to questions just on the bill. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to the author. Have you heard from law enforcement on their stance on this bill? Do we have wide support from any organizations?
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair, Senator Holmstrom, I have not received any specific response from law enforcement or others on this bill.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Latz, have we, I guess I always try to understand what the problem we're trying to solve is with the legislation. I'm a little confused as to what we're trying to address here. If you could just give me an overview.
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair and Senator Holmstrom, the default position for government data is that it's public, except where it's classified as private or not public under the Data Practices Act, Chapter 13. To enhance public transparency and access to the data for purposes of public analysis, the judgment reflected in this bill is that certain additional data ought to be public.
Senator Holmstrom.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Latz, does this provision allow the identity of the concealed carry permit holder if they triggered any of these provisions? Would the identity of that individual be known to the public?
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair, I'm going to defer to counsel for a specific answer to that question.
Ms. Primo.
Madam Chair and members, yes, if the qualifications in paragraph B are met, data pertaining to that sort of data or those two instances would identify the data, the individuals identifying information, including the name.
Madam Chair?
Senator Limmer.
I don't know if the public here today or even the members on this committee know that the identity of concealed carry permit holders is private when they get a permit. And so this seems to be going in a direction that would reveal their identity, that may put pressure or put in danger family members of the deceased permit holder. I'm a little concerned about that. I think, and the reason why we made the provision private is that we really don't want a criminal element to know who might have a permit to carry, because they might become, that individual permit holder might become a surprise target if someone meant them harm. Coming up to them and dispatching them quickly, the whole idea of permit holders was to create a doubt in a criminal mind that they might be approaching someone that can defend themselves in like manner. I think that the privacy issue is vitally important. I just raised the question now. I'm sure if I thought about it some more, we might find even more reasons to keep the identity of that individual private. Thank you.
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair, Senator Limmer, I thought you were going to say if you thought about it more, you'd change your mind. I'm happy to have further conversations with you about these issues, Senator. Thank you for the input.
Senator Curran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Latz, isn't there a way to, if the purpose is just to collect data for studying or something, isn't there a way to do that without revealing the individual's name?
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair, Senator Curran, certainly there are ways to make anonymized data available for study, but it's not as transparent to the public or to the media that acts on behalf of the public, if that's the only data set that's available.
Okay. Just checking if there is any other discussion or amendments. All right, closing comments from you, Senator Latz, and then I believe you have a motion.
I have nothing further to add on the merits, and I move that Senate File 3836 be recommended to pass and be re-referred to the Senate floor.
All right, Senator Latz recommends that Senate File 3836 be recommended to pass and be referred to the Senate floor. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails, and the bill will be sent to the Senate floor. Thank you, Senator Latz.
Thank you, members.
All right, we've got another bill from you, Senator Latz, Senate File 3837, when you're ready.
I should have looked at the agenda before I came up here. I would have known that. Members, Senate File 3837 is an appropriation for a public awareness campaign for the extreme risk protection orders, or the red flag law. As you know, I chief authored that bill that was passed a couple of years ago. It's been implemented. It's been used over 400 times around the state of Minnesota, in greater Minnesota, rural communities, regional centers, Twin Cities metro area. And we've received a lot of feedback on that. The use of it continues to increase as law enforcement and family members utilize this tool, which is now available to them to separate firearms from people who are exhibiting seriously risky behavior or undergoing a crisis of some sort, that are concerned that their connection and accessibility to firearms could result in suicide or use of firearms to harm others as well. We know that this bill is saving lives every day. What we have gotten in terms of feedback and what I believe we can do to further improve its ability to save lives is to make sure that more members of the public are aware of this tool that they can tap when they see a family member or a friend that is exhibiting this kind of a crisis behavior. So this provides funding to the Commissioner of Public Safety for such a public awareness campaign. It would not only educate the public, but of course law enforcement as members of the public would learn more about it through such a campaign as well. The bill that you have drafted in front of you has a blank in terms of the dollar amount. I'd like to insert $100,000 into that. So I move to amend Senate File 3837 to add on line 1.7 after the dollar sign, the number 100,000.
Thank you, Senator Latz. So the amendment you're proposing is to insert 100,000 where we see the blank appropriation. On that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion prevails and that amendment is adopted. Thank you, Senator Latz. We do have Alexandra Fitzsimmons signed up to testify. Can come forward.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alexandra Fitzsimmons, and I'm the Senior Policy Director with Children's Defense Fund Minnesota. For 40 years, we have researched, developed, and advocated for policies that improve the health and well-being of children in Minnesota, because every child deserves to grow up safe, healthy, and thriving. Addressing gun violence is part of that work, because the safety of children's environments is fundamental to their health. Public awareness about extreme risk protection orders is one important tool that can help protect children and families during moments of crisis. We urge you to support this bill and a $100,000 appropriation to public efforts. In Minnesota, children experience gun violence in many ways. Some lose a parent or caregiver to suicide. Some witness domestic or family violence in their homes. Others hear gunshots in their neighborhoods or feel the fear that follows violence in their schools and communities. We continue to hold the children, families, educators, parishioners, and clergy of Annunciation Catholic Church and School in our hearts as they heal from a traumatic act of gun violence. Gun violence in its many forms requires different approaches to keep children safe. Children's brains are still developing well into their mid-20s, and research on adverse childhood experiences shows that repeated exposure to fear or trauma can disrupt healthy brain development and affect lifelong health and well-being. Extreme risk protection orders give families, friends, and law enforcement a way to act when warning signs appear and someone may be in crisis. Research shows that in many cases of suicide and other acts of gun violence, the people closest to the individual saw warning signs but didn't know what to do. ERPOs create a way to respond in that critical moment, but this protection only works if people know it exists. A public awareness campaign would help families recognize warning signs and understand when an ERPO may be an option. It also keeps prevention top of mind across our communities and reinforces that acting early can protect children, families, and communities. Gun violence has already reached our children in Minnesota. Our responsibility now is to act with urgency and compassion to prevent more children from experiencing this trauma. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for a testifier? Okay. Seeing none, any questions for Senator Latz on the bill? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Latz, I'm curious, what does 100,000 buy these days on a PR campaign?
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair and Senator Limmer, that's a good question. I haven't done any research on what you can get for that. I suppose it depends on what medium you use it for. You could probably buy a fair amount of social media reach with ads or other promotions. If you want to buy 15 seconds on a metro television station, it might not get you very far. What we do know is, as Ms. Fitzsimmons just testified to, if people don't know that this tool is available, they certainly can't make a decision whether to utilize it. 85% of the red flag petitions right now are filed by law enforcement. About 15% are filed by family members. It's a restricted a set of people that are eligible to file petitions, intentionally so, as the bill was originally designed. But that means that there needs to be a broader reach so people know that this is a tool that's available, and then they can call 911, they can turn to a family member, even if they don't have eligibility themselves, to file the petition directly. And a substantial portion of these petitions are granted. So we know that they're saving lives, probably save more lives by suicide in greater Minnesota than by other uses in other places. And that'd be consistent with the data that we have from around the country as well, from other communities and states that have passed these laws. So all we're asking for is to make sure that people know about the availability of this law so that we can continue to save lives with it.
Madam Chair.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you. Senator Latz, I can't remember if we modified the extreme risk protection order provision in law since we first began. Is this still does not allow the subject of consideration by a court by not allowing them to have their day in court at the same time they make the order to restrict ownership of a gun in their home? That's always been my concern, that the individual does not have representation in a courtroom at the time they're considering it.
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair, we have not made any changes to the red flag law since it was initially passed. I have received probably a half a dozen suggestions from a county attorney or a city attorney, prosecuting attorney that has experience in this space and is in touch with other law enforcement and prosecuting attorneys that we are processing with counsel right now, and we'll probably see those next week for consideration tweaks that can hopefully make the law work better with experience. As you know, we do that every year, probably go back and learn more, and we make changes that we hope will work better. The law as set up is, there are really two tracks for the red flag law. One is a regular track red flag law, which occurs with a petition and a notice to the firearm possessor that there's been a petition to ask a judge to review the matter and determine that the situation is serious enough, that the risk is serious enough either to that person or to others around him or her, that an order be issued to remove the firearms. And that would be done with notice to the firearm holder and a judicial hearing to make, to identify the record and make the determination. When the situation is so urgent that the petitioners determine that there's an immediate need, an emergency, basically, to intervene, and that would depend on the nature of the crisis or the risk that appears to be the situation, then there is an ex parte process for that order to be issued, where the petitioner, as I say, most of the petitioners are law enforcement, can make that petition directly to the court, and a judge could, in very short order, issue an order for the local law enforcement agency to intervene and remove the firearms from the possession of the holder. When that is the case, there is a provision in this law for there to be, within 14 days, a hearing at the request of the person who has been, whose firearms have been removed. So what we call constitutionally a prompt post-deprivation hearing. It is utilized in a variety of circumstances, most notably in DWI driver's license revocations, for example. The license can be revoked, and then the subject of the license revocation has the right to petition a court to have a review, but it's after the safety of the public has been considered for the immediate removal of driving privileges before you get into court for those kinds of hearings. It's also used in orders for protection and harassment restraining orders where there are allegations of domestic abuse or assault, or non-domestic in the case of harassment restraining orders. And again, the order prohibiting contact between the person that is alleged to be causing the risk to a person, a protected party. That order can be issued on an ex parte basis by a judge, and then the subject of that order has a right, or in some cases it's an automatic provision for a judicial review hearing where more testimony can be taken and the person whose rights to have contact with the protected party have been restricted can be heard in a full-blown hearing for due process. So the red flag law basically follows the same process as the orders for protection process, the harassment restraining orders process for a prompt post-deprivation hearing. I will note, actually, one of the proposed changes to the current red flag law that came in from a prosecuting attorney was their difficulty in being able to access judges on a 24-hour basis to get an urgent order issued, where in the OFPs, the prosecutors can and law enforcement can go and get a judge to show immediate attention 24 hours a day because they think the situation is so urgent that they need to get that protective order in place. They're finding they're not getting as prompt a response from judicial officers for the red flag petitions. So one of the requests from law enforcement and prosecution has been to make clear that the expectation is that this would also be subject to that level of prompt response by judicial officers.
Senator Limmer.
Madam Chair, I would assume that's probably correct. You know, there are times, at times of emergency, law enforcement is given an exception to a warrant. If, let's say, there's an immediate threat of violence or perhaps for fear of an individual escaping and they're right there in the commission of a crime, but let's say in a setting that otherwise would require a warrant, law enforcement would be allowed to make that exception to affect the safety of the surrounding area or in order to arrest someone that might be a flight risk. But nevertheless, I could understand that. But during a normal court proceeding where there's time allowed, I would tend to think that we could manage to put in the law the notice where the individual could be in court at the same time the court decides to remove property from him. And that's always been my concern. It's a finer point of law. And hopefully someday we can correct that.
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair, if it were just any kind of property, I'd agree with you completely. I hear the kind of property that's involved is lethal. And if someone's on the edge of suicide, law enforcement has for years complained, and I've gotten it directly, that they just don't have the tools, didn't have the tools until we passed this law. And family members complained that they didn't have the tools because the only response they get from the police are that, sorry, there's no imminent danger, meaning the person hasn't picked up a firearm and started brandishing it. So there's nothing they can do, except sometimes they'll bring him in on a 72-hour hold. And even that is iffy because often those holds aren't actually for 72 hours, they're for 24 in reality. So there was a demonstrated need here. And that's the judge is supposed to take a look at the petitions and review it and decide, is there sufficient risk here to issue an ex parte order rather than hold it over for a regular hearing. And that's not something I think I want to put into law. It's certainly something I don't want to ban. I think the parties that are observing the situation and the family members that are concerned about the safety of their son, their daughter, their brother, their sister, grandchildren in the household where someone's experiencing a crisis, I think we want to have the local folks seeing the situation as it develops, be in a position to take the steps to protect the safety at that point.
I saw your hand, Senator Holmstrom. Did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Latz, you had made the statement that we know this bill is saving lives every day. So you've talked about the suicide prevention. Do you have any examples of potentially an active shooter or some sort of a homicide situation that this bill has specifically addressed?
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair, Senator Holmstrom, it's hard to identify specific cases where there has been a prevention. We do know that the data from the state of Connecticut and the Montgomery County, Maryland, when they first enacted these provisions, saw double-digit reductions in the rate of suicides when the red flag laws became effective in those states. I don't think we've collected that specific kind of a data here. In terms of rate of firearm use to commit crimes against others rather than suicide against oneself, I don't have any statistical data. Of course, you're not going to go to someone and say, were you planning a mass shooting, but we caught you just in time? I'm not aware of any specific cases where any follow-up investigation has uncovered plans or preparation for a mass shooting where this intervened. So it's kind of hard to identify those kind of specific cases, so I don't have any in my hands right now. But given the nature of the risks that are inherent in what the red flag laws are intended to address, I strongly suspect that we have saved lives of others and not just lives of the person who owns the firearms. We do know that the rates of domestic violence have gone up. The rates of deaths of domestic partners have gone up. So my guess is we've probably saved some lives there as well. Whether it's non-family shootings, it's a little harder to pin that down. Maybe law enforcement or the BCA that's watching, if they've collected any data on this along the way, that'd be helpful to know. I think I'd be interested in that data as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of us would be interested in. I also just wanted to mention we will have a presentation from the Violence Prevention Project, which we also heard from in the Education Finance Committee, but we should ask some of those questions during that presentation as well. Did you have follow-up, Senator Holmstrom?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Latz, so when this bill was passed, I was just a citizen. I had not yet lowered myself to position of politician, but I remember it being sold not as suicide prevention, but as a emotional salve to solve some of the problems that we're talking about here today. And the reason that it wasn't being sold, to my recollection, as a suicide prevention measure is because we already had the 253B civil commitments available. And if somebody's in that state, the hope was that they'd be able to come get a civil commitment and hopefully get put in front of a judge where we can decide these things without stepping on their rights. So I guess my question is, when the budget is tight, we already have civil commitments. What are we aiming this money at? $100,000, are we aiming it towards suicide prevention? Do you know what you want the content of these ads to be?
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair, Senator Holmstrom, when you were just a citizen, I don't know what your sources of information were on what the arguments were in favor of this bill. The citation of the Connecticut data and the Montgomery County, Maryland data was data that I cited in the legislative hearings and in public presentations in support of this bill when we passed it initially. Connecticut has had the law for probably 15 years now, and Florida passed it immediately. A Republican legislature in Florida passed it after the Parkland shooting as well. So it's been a bipartisan national movement in this direction. Beyond that, the idea is not to specify in state statute precisely what mechanisms are used to make the public aware. That's the kind of thing that we would defer to the Commissioner of Public Safety, and they're entitled under this bill, were it to become law, to contract with private entities for such a public awareness campaign. They would have to make the judgment call as to where the money would best be spent and can reach the furthest.
I just had one question for you, Senator Latz. If you know, you mentioned the 400 times that it has been used. If we have information about any of those situations being domestic violence related. I know the Violence Free Minnesota keeps a running list of victims of intimate partner homicide. Just had our third victim recently of 2026, and it's really heartbreaking to see those folks who I think are falling through the cracks where there are those warning signs. But this, I think this, the bill, of course, the extreme risk protection order bill that you passed is, I think is really helping in that area. And then I see this as another important tool to make sure folks are aware of the tools that are available to them to prevent those folks who pose an extreme risk to themselves and to others from possessing firearms. But just any information you may have about that intersection between this issue and domestic violence.
Madam Chair, members, I don't have any specific data on that. The Violence Prevention Project is here and will be testifying later. They might have something to add on this topic to that point as well. But if I may address Senator Holmstrom's other point about civil commitment, which I neglected to address. Civil commitment is a great tool when the resources are available to follow up on it. It is pretty hard to get civilly committed in Minnesota. There are a lot of interim steps along the way. Sometimes a person who's subject to a civil commitment proceeding will voluntarily accept commitment or restrictions or care and treatment, and then they are released back into the community with a promise to go through the treatment or programming or care. Usually that fails multiple times before a court will actually civilly commit someone. We have a grave shortage of beds within the civil commitment system. to actually take custody of a person and commit them physically to one of our regional treatment facilities. That's been an ongoing issue for 30, 40, 50 years in terms of capacity as well. And it's rarely an immediate remedy. As I say, people get, the law enforcement officer can bring someone into a hospital for a 72-hour hold and a review by the physicians. For some people and staff at hospitals, their interaction, especially the subject of the commitment, who may have been through this process before, they can get pretty skilled at appearing to be not in crisis while they are in a hospital talking with a reviewing physician or evaluator. And because of hospital capacity issues, the 72-hour hold often turns into a 24-hour hold or less. And law enforcement just views that as a revolving door, so why do we even bother to bring them to the hospital kind of situation? So it'd be nice if all those systems worked as intended and we had all the resources for that, but the fact is we don't. And this is just one more layer of protection. I don't think that I'm speaking out of turn either when because it's been in the public media, that's where I learned about it. But the speaker of the other body has faced threats, and she has a red flag order protecting her for at least one specific a person that has threatened her. So this is used to protect a lot of people, and I expect it'll be better used, more used, the more people become aware of it, and that's what we're attempting to do with this narrow provision here, to educate the public about the availability of this protective tool.
Okay, thank you, Senator Latz. Just briefly, Senator Holmstrom, I know we're gonna lay this bill over, and we do have Senator Howe here to present his bill, so we want to get to that next. But Senator Holmstrom.
Sure, real quick, I looked up the Connecticut numbers as you requested, and really quickly, according to the chief medical examiner of Connecticut, the suicide firearm rates have actually gone up over the last 10 years. So I think that's worth noting. Thank you.
Senator Latz.
Madam Chair, that might be the case over the last 10 years, but in the immediate years following the enactment of the red flag law in Connecticut, the number I recall is an 11% decline. But, you know, there are lots of other factors that play in. Maybe they need a public awareness campaign there to remind people that the red flag law is available to protect their loved ones from suicide.
Thank you. With that, Senate File 3837 is laid over, and Senator Howe can come forward. We'll hear Senate File 3561.
I just can't leave right away, right? I gotta ease myself out. Is that the deal?
Senate File 3561 is before the committee. Senator Howe, tell us why we're here.
Thank you, Senator Latz and members. Senate File 3561 amends Minnesota Statute 626.533 Subdivision 2. And that statute requires a report to the Commissioner of Public Safety anytime an officer discharges his weapon, except for target practice or killing an animal. So this requirement, this bill would actually, if they have an accidental or a negligent discharge, what this would require some more information in that report. So it would require that they let us know what the make and model of that firearm, the caliber of that firearm, and any accessories that are attached to that firearm, such as a laser, an additional sight, and the holster that they're using to holster that firearm. The reason being, we don't know how many accidental discharges really there are out there and what causes them, and this would give us the data so we would know exactly what's happening out there, and maybe we could make some decisions on some of these accidental and negligent discharges.
Thank you, Senator Howe. Do you have any testifiers with you today for this bill, or shall we just move to member questions?
I think we move to members' questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from members of the committee about Senate File 3561? Senator Limmer, grill Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Howe, I see the previous paragraph in the law that we're trying to add on to. The reports are made to the Commissioner of Public Safety. In this regard, the report is made only to the legislature. I guess I'm kind of concerned that, wouldn't you think that the Commissioner of Public Safety or a post board would be more interested in the failure of equipment or the accidental shooting of a weapon than all 201 legislators?
Senator Howe, Mr. Backus has some information that might help understand that.
Mr. Chair and Senator Limmer, my interpretation of the language on line 1.17, where it says the individual notification and subsequent report to the legislature would include everything, all of the reporting requirements of sub 2. So it wouldn't be just to the legislature.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. Chair and Council, are we sure that that is specific enough in the paragraph? It's, you know, clearly mentioned in the above paragraph, Board of Peace Officers Standards, and the Commissioner of Public Safety shall then issue a report. Quite honestly, I'm not sure why the legislature would even want to know all of this stuff, but it's usually worn leather holsters and perhaps other equipment that are accessories to weapons of police officers. You know, you get to a certain point with legislators, if kind of brings me back to the Energy Code of 2000. Legislators wrote that, and they didn't know anything about it, and it's because they were hearing stories, and as a result, we molded out all of our houses that were newly built. I guess, you know, let the professionals deal with it.
Mr. Chair?
Senator Howe.
You know, I will take that as a good point, and if we could say something to the effect, I know staff is working on it, but something to the effect, the report as defined up in subdivision 2, I would be amenable to that. I think that would be probably a clearer path to have that report filed.
Senator Howe, I think council's working on language. We'll give him a moment. Council has suggested amendment, Senator Howe.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Backus.
Mr. Chair, members, on line 1.17, if you delete individual and then after notification, insert to the commissioner and the peace officer standards and training board, so that the report would then more clearly, the notification would go to both of those specified parties, and then it would be reported to the legislature, same as paragraph A.
Senator Howe, what do you think?
I'll take that as a friendly amendment. I think it improves the bill.
Senator Limmer, does that meet your concerns as well?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion? Senator Limmer moves adoption of the amendment as described by council. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Any further discussion on Senate File 3561? If I see a hand, I can recognize the senator. Otherwise, I'm reading faces. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Senator Howe, have you given any consideration to a sunset provision for this bill?
I thank you, Mr. Chair, and Senator Kroon. I'm open to that if you want to make that suggestion. Just give me enough time to gather decent data, but you know, that would give us a start. But if you want to offer, if you think that's a concern, I have had that discussion with a few folks, so I'm open to that.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Howe, how much time do you think it would take to get a good data set?
Senator Howe.
Mr. Chair and Senator Kroon, I would say you'd probably, you know, somewhere between the 5-year range, I would think would give you the data set you'd need.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Chair Latz. I would move to add that as an amendment, a 5-year sunset.
Mr. Pappas.
Mr. Chair, members, I would suggest that after line 1.21, and this would be basically structured similar to an effective date. So the head note would be sunset, and then the operative language would be the amendments made to this section expire on August 1, 2031.
Senator Howe, to the proposed amendment.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Senator Holmstrom, does the language meet your intent?
Yes, it does. So moved.
Senator Holmstrom moves the amendment as described by council. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Welcome, Senator Westrom. Any further discussion on Senate File 3561 as amended? Not seeing any hands or any faces with quizzical looks at the moment. Senator Limmer, would you like to move the bill? Senator Limmer moves that Senate File 3561 as amended be recommended to pass and be referred to the Senate floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Thanks. Okay. Members, we are now going to have a presentation from the Violence Prevention Project. Dr. Peterson, come on forward. Senator Howe, you are welcome back to the committee anytime you wish to join us. I know you miss us terribly.
It's these Fridays that got it.
All right, Dr. Jillian Peterson from the Violence Prevention Project Research Center. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you for having me. Give me just a second. I think I just plugged this in. Okay.
So members, just to set the table here, the Senate File 1580, which is next on our agenda, is an appropriation to the Violence Prevention Project Research Center. So the presentation from Dr. Peterson will educate us about the center, to which Senator Pappas proposes the appropriation. Whenever you're ready, Dr. Peterson.
Okay. Do I need to wait for the slides to go up there? Oh, tech help, just a second.
Hey, fantastic. All right, thank
All
you.
right, Dr. Peters.
Thank you. Chair Latz, very happy to be here and to present this data today. I'm going to be doing a very brief overview of a number of different things, and I'm very happy to answer questions at a later date, provide follow-up, provide papers. The Violence Prevention Project Research Center is about 3 years old, established sort of after we received appropriation from the legislature 3 years ago. We are dedicated to reducing violence using data and research. So the goal is to provide the data that people need, like yourselves, to make decisions about some of these really difficult issues. So our mission is to generate knowledge, to enlighten and empower the public, guide practitioners, and drive informed policy decisions. Is that my mic? Our approach is to really look at the root causes and pathways to violence. So how does someone get to the point where they want to commit a mass shooting or a school shooting or any form of violence? What does that pathway look like? And then how do we get people off that pathway before they get there? We are multidisciplinary. I'm a psychologist by training. My colleague James Densley is a sociologist. We work with folks in healthcare and education, with police. We try to have a really collaborative and multidisciplinary approach. Nonpartisan and mixed methods just means that we gather the numbers. We also gather the human stories. So using both that quantitative and qualitative data. We're probably best known for our database of mass shootings, which was funded originally by a grant from the Trump administration, the first Trump administration. This has now been going, we're on version 10. It tracks every mass shooting where 4 or more people have been killed in the United States, going back to 1966. And each of those cases is coded on approximately 200 different pieces of information. It's publicly available. It's widely utilized by practitioners, by policymakers, by journalists, and is known as sort of the most comprehensive database that exists. So for example, we can pull out, what percentage of perpetrators play violent video games, what percentage have had specific mental health diagnoses. The goal is to be able to add data to these discussions. From that research, we've seen a number of implications that emerged. One is that the majority of school shooters and mass shooters are insiders of where they attack. So they know the space, they know the buildings, they know the security structure, they know where the armed guards are. They've been through the drills themselves. This means that things like drills indoors are less effective when you have an insider threat. We know that perpetrators are in a state of crisis and they're communicating that to other people, and people around them are noticing that something is wrong. They also tend to tell people that they're gonna do this. School mass shooters, 94% tell other people their plans ahead of time. So having things like anonymous reporting systems, threat assessment teams, crisis intervention teams, training people in crisis intervention, we know that these are designed to be suicides. So suicide prevention can be effective here. And we know that especially young people who commit mass shootings, they're most often taking guns from people who don't have them secured. So things like extreme risk protection orders and secure storage. We use, it's covered up by the, by the Zoom, but sort of a Swiss cheese model, the idea that every single policy solution has holes in it. One policy cannot solve this. And I think sometimes we get caught in pointing out all the different holes and all these different solutions. None of them are perfect. They all have holes. But when you start lining them up, that's when you get the holes covered up. And so the more we do, the more layers of prevention we create. We have also built a number of different homicides. So we track every homicide that occurs in a K-12 school, in a house of worship, in a college and university, at a workplace. We track family annihilations, medical facilities, and again, all of this data is publicly available for free, so people can use it to answer their questions about why and how this is happening. At the request of the legislature, we also created a political assassinations attempt and completed database going back about 100 years. From doing that, we now know that 24-25 there was more political assassinations and attempted assassinations than any other 2-year period since we started tracking records. So this is something that is increasing and that does need attention and resources. Tends to be white men. Vast majority, if they're under 30, 83% had you documented mental health history and were in crisis at the state of the time. What we're seeing is a trend where
perpetrators of mass shootings, they tried to get our attention, they tried to get their message out to the world by killing as many people as possible. Now there are people trying to get their message out to the world by killing one high-profile person. And so it's actually a very similar profile, but we need resources and prevention strategies, and we need to really understand this problem. We did a large-scale survey looking at gun violence exposure. We asked lots of questions about why people own firearms, how they store their firearms, what they think about different policies. One of the focuses, and this is one of the papers I provided you, was just the mental health toll of gun violence exposure. I was shocked, actually, at the number of people, the majority of people who have been exposed to gun violence, either directly or even indirectly in their community, have long-term and significant mental health consequences. And we don't necessarily sort of talk about that piece of it, the survivors, even beyond the physical injuries, the mental health toll. This is a study we were asked to do. We did this one in partnership with the BCA in trying to understand what caused the huge increase in homicide that we saw in 2020. And subsequently, it's come down. 2020, 2021 were the worst years. That was the highest increase in homicide we've ever had. And now we've really seen those numbers come down. And it's important to understand what happened so we know sort of where to put our resources and attention. There's a number of papers you have there, both quantitative and qualitative. One thing we did to study this is we actually went into Rush City Prison and Lino Lakes Prison. They were willing to let us in to actually interview perpetrators who committed homicide during that increase to understand why they did, what their pathway to violence was. What we found is a lot of these men, and they were all men because of the prisons we were in, a lot of these men were already on this pathway to violence, and we saw that COVID-19 and the chaos after George Floyd's death really escalated things, right? It kind of pushed them down the pathway. Some of them were being held on by a thread by a basketball coach or by a job or by a church pastor, and all of those threads kind of got snapped all at once. And so we saw this huge increase. I think as we reopened and we started putting all of those safety nets back in place, we saw that, that decrease in homicide. This is a project we were asked to do by the Commissioner of Public Safety. There was concern about the number of officers that were being killed and injured in the line of duty. There was a marked increase over the last 5 years or so from usual. And so we looked at 118 incidents in partnership with the BCA to try to understand what was happening in these incidents. Very long story short, most of these were suicide by cops. So most of these were men in a mental health crisis, white, late 30s, actively suicidal, lots of stressors, lots of substance use, and they started firing at officers immediately upon arrival. So this was really helpful, I think. We presented this data to the chiefs of police. It's not necessarily that it was, de-escalation it failed. This was, things intensified very quickly, but we've been working with them to think about what does this mean for training. And one of the things that's really useful in these incidents is the extreme risk protection order. Most of these perpetrators, because they were on the radar, because they had had previous incidents, would have been eligible for one. This is an implementation guide we put together in partnership with Johns Hopkins just to help practitioners in Minnesota be able to use those extreme risk protection orders. And I was not expecting to present this, but let me pull up. So we did track the first year of data. We haven't continued tracking just because of resources, but in the first year, 22% of the extreme risk protection orders were threats to other people, 30% were threats to self, and the majority, actually 40%, were mixed, so threats to self and others. A lot of times that included threats to law enforcement, and there were multiple cases where it did prevent, or at least, someone was planning a school shooting specifically and the firearms were removed. There was another case where somebody was across the Mall of America with an arsenal of weapons ready to fire. Those were removed. So we do have very specific cases where it appears that sort of active shooter-like violence was prevented with those laws. We built a care team in the St. Paul Public Schools. So this is essentially a threat assessment team, but sort of softer and gentler and more inclusive, and trying to kind of pull mental health professionals into this space.
This was a 3-year project. There is now a care team in every school in the St. Paul Public Schools as well as the district level. We are tracking to see if this is effective at reducing violent incidents and reducing gun carrying on campus. We've given a lot of conference presentations around the country. Here in Minnesota, just over the last year, we've worked and presented with the Chief of Police Association, the Minnesota Public Schools, the Twin Cities Security Partnership, HCMC, the Minnesota Association of School Administrators, the School Social Work Association, the Annunciation Light Alliance, the St. Paul Public School staff. We say no to probably 95% of requests we get to present just out of capacity. People want this data. They want to know what works. They want research translated into stuff. They don't want political talking points. They want to know, like, what can I do as an organization? What does the data tell me that I can do? And so that's what we're trying to provide. Some new trends we're tracking. One is the growing space of what's commonly known as kind of the true crime community, or TCC online. It is a sort of romanticization of school shooters and mass shooters, where kids are being radicalized pretty dramatically in some online spaces. It cuts across, Discord and Reddit and Roblox and all of it, where mass shooters are really celebrated, violence is glorified, people see themselves in previous shooters. Many of the school shootings we've had in the past year have a relationship to this community, where they were inside of this community posting things. I think the role of AI is going to be really important to understand in this space as a tool to both prevent or potentially exacerbate mass shootings. So that's another area we want to go in. Related to that, nihilistic violent extremism is a new phenomenon we are seeing, where the root causes are kind of loneliness, humiliation, no purpose, but it's the idea that nothing matters, and so the only thing you can do is try to create chaos and destruction. The Annunciation school shooting, that perpetrator does fall into this category, just a goal of creating as much pain and suffering as possible, not because of any sort of political alliance. It's really not right, it's not left, it's just about creating destruction. It's a really scary trend, in my opinion, and something we have to get ahead of and understand and figure out what are the role of social media companies here, what can we do in our education systems to sort of inoculate kids against this, what should parents be looking out for? So this is a space we're interested in studying further. So current projects, stuff we're working on, the youth radicalization, nihilistic violence extremism. We are looking at active shooter drills. I think there's now been a couple cases where perpetrators have said that their fascination with school shootings came from running through active shooter drills. So that is something we want to really try and understand to make sure our preparation to help kids are not, accidentally exacerbating the problem. We are looking at the relationship between hopelessness and violence. That was a theme that came out of the interviews we did with murderers, is them just talking about a futurelessness, a hopelessness, a nothing matters, so why not? And so thinking about how we can use things like hope and plan for a future and social connection in terms of preventing violence. And then we're also wanting to do more to turn this research into really clear guidelines for practitioners and for parents about violence prevention guidelines. Our biggest challenge is resources. Because research funding has been cut at the federal level, it's been sort of cut across the state. Many private foundations are really stretched. So we have no full-time staff, including myself. We have no support staff. We're pretty much volunteer operated. We want to be this resource for Minnesota. We want to be this resource for practitioners and for you all. It's just a matter of having the resources to do that. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Why don't we see if there are member questions or discussion for Dr. Peterson about the presentation, and then we'll turn to the proposed funding. Anyone have any questions or comments? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I didn't get your name.
Jillian Peterson.
Ms. Peterson, we've had a lot of discussion about criminal behavior, let alone those that use guns to act out. I think the chairman and I both agree that we have a shortage of mental health infrastructure that we've talked about over many years, and the state just doesn't seem to place it in a high enough priority. It's not a replacement for the argument on gun issues, but it's an asset that we have failed to provide as a state overall. As a professional that's in this field, could you make any comment about Minnesota's lack of mental health infrastructure, and what would you advise the state to do?
Dr. Peterson.
Briefly.
That's a 4-day question. So yes, I would agree with you. Mental health, nobody who commits a school shooting or mass shooting is mentally healthy. They may or may not meet criteria for a specific mental illness, right? But certainly these are folks in need of some sort of intervention and care. And I've interviewed parents of mass shooters who had said, I knew something was wrong, I didn't know where to go. A number of these perpetrators have been on the radar of mental health professionals and have not gotten the intervention that they needed. That is a critical piece of this. A lot of times law enforcement will investigate a threat, determine it's not an immediate threat, but then where's the follow-up, right? Like, why are you saying that? How do we get you connected? So certainly access to affordable, reliable mental health care is a piece of this.
Any other questions directly for Dr. Peterson at this time? Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Chair Latz. Dr. Peterson, you had testified before education finance, and we talked at length about the difference between an active shooter and I don't remember the term that you guys were using, a mass shooter. Yep. So we had asked for some follow-up data on that, and I just haven't seen it yet. I'm going to gently remind you, but is there, when we look at that, obviously, there's, what was the number, 17 mass shootings over the last 30 years and significantly more active shooters data. Am I correct about that?
Dr. Peterson. Dr. Peterson.
Yeah, so this is an ongoing debate in the field. Do you say school mass shooter where 4 or more people are killed? Of course, the Annunciation shooting wouldn't be included in that, so that doesn't feel like the right definition. If you use active shooter, which is somebody entered a school space heavily armed with the intention of killing as many people as possible, we've got between 60 and 70 of those going back 25 years, and I apologize, I will get you that data.
That'd be great. Thank you. I just wanted to make that distinction.
All right. Any further questions about the presentation? All right, so we're going to bring Senate File 1580 before us. Senator Pappas, why don't you go ahead and describe your bill?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we need to say anymore. I think the presentation really demonstrated the important and valuable work that the Violence Prevention Center provides. We were able to fund them in 23-24, but then last year we were not able to fund them. I'm hoping that we might be able to reconsider funding them because for continuity, because they can get dollars for special grants that maybe someone hires them to do. But in terms of the continuity of actually continuing to collect the data and provide that to us, I think it's very useful to have it for us. They need consistent, steady funding. So, Mr. Chairman, I do have an A1 amendment that would amend my bill from last year to just update it for this year and the next biennium.
Senator Pappas moves the A1 amendment as an author's amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. The amendment's adopted. Anything further at this time, Senator Pappas? We do have some testifiers, so why don't we bring Brittany Rawson forward to testify, and then following that we'll have Anna Leamy come forward, and then Brittany Haig. Brittany Rawson, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brittany Rawson-Haig. Chairman Latz, members of the committee, Senator Pappas, thank you for having me here today. I've been on a 6-month search for answers. Since August 27th, I have been slowly and painfully reconstructing the worst day of my life and the nightmare that has come after it. I send all 3 of my children to Annunciation, and they were all in the church that morning. My youngest was 6 years old. He was wearing red and white Pumas. I tied them in double knots on our way out the door. I didn't see those shoes again until months later, when Lieutenant Schroeder cleaned and returned them from police evidence. It is hard to know what happened that day because David is 6 years old. We had to explain to him what a bullet was because his body was full of them. He didn't understand what they were. He told Lieutenant Kelly, who was the first officer on the scene, before he put him into an ambulance, that he thought he needed a Band-Aid. He had been shot in the abdomen, a bullet lacerated his spleen, 2 grazed his head. He has a traumatic brain injury. He thought he needed a Band-Aid. It has been 6 months of questions. It will be another 6 months of questions. It will be 6 years of questions. I will ask questions about those 2 minutes of time for the rest of my life. I will ask them when I hold David because he had a nightmare in doctor's office, in doctor's office waiting rooms, after meetings at school called because David, who loved school so much, he tried to bargain for extra summer school, has tried once again to run from the building. I am not alone in my questions. My community is asking them every day. Minnesota needs to ask them. We need to ask why this happens here. We need to ask how to stop it. And we cannot keep asking questions without a system built to answer them. School shootings are not inevitable. The Violence Prevention Project is singularly dedicated to answering the questions we need to answer to stop this epidemic of fear and violence. Not from a partisan position, not because the answers are comfortable, but because evidence demands it. Let's invest in solutions that work, and let's fund the research that finds them. Every child deserves to learn, play, and worship free from gun violence. The Violence Prevention Project can help us build a world that doesn't bring us another David.
Thank you, Brittany Rawson-Haig. We now have Anna Leamy. If you wish to come forward, please. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Chair, my name is Anna Leamy, Director of Government Relations and Advocacy for the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. Senate File 1580 appropriates $1 million in taxpayer funding to the Commissioner of Public Safety to provide a Minnesota-based research center focused on gun violence. This funding would be directed to the Violence Prevention Project at Hamline University, a center which is now known for promoting partisan gun control policies and advocacy positions. The Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus strongly supports academic research into the causes of violence, including analysis of criminal behavior, mental health crisis, and factors that contribute to acts of violence in our communities. In fact, we have previously supported the Violence Prevention Project's academic and research work. However, their academic research has migrated into policy recommendations supporting partisan political agendas. Taxpayers should not be compelled to subsidize partisan policy advocacy under the banner of research. Funding a research center that promotes specific legislative outcomes risks turning taxpayer dollars into a publicly financed policy advocacy operation rather than supporting neutral academic inquiry. Minnesota taxpayers should not be asked to fund additional advocacy infrastructure that is aligned with national gun control organizations. If the legislator wishes to support research on violence, it should do so through neutral competitive grant programs with cleared guardrails to ensure objectivity and academic independence. Directing $1 million to a specific center, now known for advancing a particular political viewpoint, undermines public trust and risks politicizing academic research. For these reasons, we respectfully urge you to vote no to Senate File 1580.
Ms. Leamy, I have a question for you. Do you have any evidence to support a position that the policy recommendations of the Violence Prevention Project are motivated by partisan political purposes, or does it just happen that their policy recommendations fall at the legislature and in society along partisan lines in terms of support or opposition?
We have seen that they have received funding from organizations such as the Joyce Foundation, which has long funded gun control lobbying groups and firearm restrictions against campaigns across the United States. And they have come after members of our staff for our recommendations.
They've come after members of your staff, or they've disagreed with your recommendations?
They have disagreed with our recommendations.
So that's very different than coming after members of your staff. And the fact that they receive funding from organizations that also seek to prevent gun violence, I think we can all agree we want to prevent gun violence. So I'm having a lot of trouble connecting the dots here between your opposition to the policies that are proposed and your suggestion that the organization that's doing this research and the policy recommendations that they come up with are partisan in nature. But thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Pappas.
I just wanted to add to that the center did receive money, as Dr. Peterson said, from the Trump administration, as well as the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association, Minnesota Association of School Administrators, and none of those groups are partisan. Oh, except I would probably say the Trump administration is.
Well, some of us would say that discredits the work of the Violence Prevention Project, but certainly there doesn't appear to be in my judgment, a partisan motivation on the part of the academic researchers involved here. Any questions from members of the committee or comments? Senator Westland.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for being here once again. I've had the opportunity since I was elected to work with the Violence Prevention Project, and their research is based in facts, and it is based in evidence. They do really good work. And the one thing that I will say is that, you know, facts may be inconvenient, but they are not partisan. And we know that various organizations over the years have prevented the CDC and other entities from doing this valuable research. We cannot make evidence-based policies without the research. And if that research leads to policies, as Chair Latz mentioned, that the policies fall on partisan lines, that's a different question altogether. But it doesn't change the fact that the research is sound. And I think that if we really are serious about gun violence prevention, we are serious about layering the Swiss cheese in the most effective way possible to make our communities and our schools and our places of worship and our places of work and our homes safer, that we would do well to support research by an organization that is nonpartisan and that is really devoted to finding the truth and how we can improve what we are trying to do. I support the Violence Project. I recommend the book that has been produced by them. It is excellent work, and I think this is an excellent investment. Thank you so much.
Is there any further discussion from members of the committee? Not seeing any. Senator Pappas moves that Senate File 1580 as amended be recommended to pass and be referred to the Committee on Finance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Next stop here is Senator Seeberger's Senate File 3929. Senator Seeberger, when you're ready, go ahead and describe your bill to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to be before the committee on Senate File 3929. This bill enforces existing law. It creates access to expunged records for purposes of determining eligibility to purchase, receive, or carry a firearm. And it was brought to me by the sheriffs because they spotted a problem in the way they are allowed to consider information when it comes to granting a permit to carry or a permit to purchase. Senate File 3929 ensures that issuing authorities can see records that may already make an applicant ineligible under current state or federal statute. This bill allows limited access to expunged data only for purpose to carry and purpose to acquire determinations, not for employment, housing, or general use. With large numbers of records now automatically sealed, the permit review process is operating with less visibility than when the statute was written. Courts, prosecutors, and law enforcement should not be working from different versions of the same history when the outcomes involve firearm eligibility. Sheriffs and chiefs serve as the final checkpoint and must be able to identify domestic violence, qualifying mental health commitments, and other federal disqualifying events that may now be hidden by expunged records. Complete background information helps prevent prohibited individuals from lawfully obtaining permits, strengthening the safety of our neighborhoods and the officers who respond to calls. Victims, families, and the public expect that when a permit is issued, a thorough and accurate review has occurred. This bill reinforces that trust while preserving lawful gun ownership. And I do have a testifier here to add more detail.
Sheriff Habel from Renville County, welcome to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Scott Habel. I am currently serving my 4th term as the elected sheriff in Renville County. I'm here today on behalf of the Minnesota Sheriff's Association and the 87 sheriffs across Minnesota that serve communities in our state. This morning I am here to speak in support of this bill that would allow sheriffs and chiefs to review certain expunged data with a very limited purpose of determining eligibility for a permit to purchase or a permit to carry a firearm. So in sort of reverse order, let me talk about what the bill does not do. It does not expand the list of disqualifiers for a permit to carry or a permit to acquire. It does not restrict the rights of lawful gun owners. The proposal does not weaken the purpose of expungement. So what does it do? By way of background, as you may know, sheriffs and police chiefs are responsible under Minnesota law for conducting background investigations for permits to purchase and for sheriffs, permits to carry firearms. These decisions are not discretionary policy choices. They are statutory duties placed directly on local law enforcement. To perform that duty properly, it's imperative that we have access to all relevant and accurate information. Over the past several years, changes in Minnesota law related to expungement and certain records being sealed have created a situation where chiefs and sheriffs conducting background checks may not have access to the records that are directly relevant to determining eligibility. In some cases, important information like felony convictions, domestic assault-related incidents, patterns of threatening behavior, or maybe weapons-related arrests might be sealed from our view. And as a result, we sometimes are asked to make these decisions about firearms eligibility without seeing the full picture of an applicant's history. Let me be clear. This is not a criticism of expungement. I, along with probably most other sheriffs, believe in second chances. I recognize that expungement serves as an important and valuable purpose in rehabilitation. It helps people move forward with employment, housing, and other opportunities. Sheriffs recognize and respect that. What this file proposes is not the elimination of expungement. It does not make those records public again. Instead, it provides a very narrow and carefully controlled exception, allowing sheriffs and chiefs to access those expunged records only for a very limited purpose and in determining eligibility to purchase, receive, or carry a firearm. There's some important safeguards in this bill. Number one, expunged records would only be open for the firearm eligibility investigation. 2, the records must remain protected under the expungement order. 3, if the permit denial is based on an expunged record, that applicant must be notified and they may appeal that decision. And 4, records cannot be used for any other unrelated purposes. This is a targeted public safety tool, not a rollback of expungement. Across Minnesota, we as sheriffs and chiefs issue thousands of permits each year to responsible citizens. Our goal is not to deny permits unnecessarily. In fact, the vast majority of applicants meet the legal requirements and are approved for these permits. But without all of the relevant information being available to us, we're placed in this position of having to issue permits without knowing about that relevant past conduct that could affect public safety. In most Minnesota communities, firearms ownership is a normal and responsible part of life. Many people applying for permits are hunters, they're farmers, they're small business owners, they're families who simply want to exercise their rights safely and legally. Sheriffs support that. What we're asking for is simply the ability to see the relevant information necessary to do the job that the legislature asked us to do. Senate File 3929 does not take away anyone's rights. It doesn't undo expungement. Instead, it provides a balanced solution that simply ensures that when a sheriff or a police chief signs off on a permit, that decision is made with the full information needed to protect both the applicant and the community. So on behalf of our association and the sheriffs across the state, we respectfully ask the committee to support this legislation. I believe you also have a letter of support from the Minnesota Police Chiefs Association as well. And finally, I offer my thanks to Senator Seeberger for bringing this bill forward, and Chair Latz members, thank you for your time and commitment to supporting public safety in Minnesota. And I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff Hable. I'll note, members, you do have in your packet that letter from the Chiefs Association as well. Any questions for Sheriff Hable? Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Chair Latz. So, question about process. Once this is opened up, how do you acquire this data, and how long might that take?
Sheriff Hable.
Depending on how the process changes, dictates the answer to that question. If there is a efficient and reliable way to open these files electronically, we would have the information almost instantaneously. Remember that we're bound by statute on time limits to either issue or deny these permits. So however it goes, we still have to stay within those boundaries of time.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Chair. And that was my concern, is that you are statutorily bound on a deadline. So there's no prescription on how that process will be done. Do you think that needs to be something we add to the bill to ensure that we don't put you at liability?
Sheriff Hable.
Perhaps. I think what might happen if this bill were to advance and become law, I think that our processes would change. I think we would still respect those time limits that are in the law. It would dictate maybe what that process looks like, how we receive access to those expunged or sealed records. So I don't know if BCA, the keeper of the criminal history data, could move forward quickly to put in a solution. I don't think the bill would, or the law would become effective immediately, and so they would have some time to figure that out. I don't mean to put them under the gun, so to speak, but ultimately it would be a change in process that, of course, would take some time.
So there are entities that already have electronic access to expunged records. Probation departments, for example, prosecuting authorities, so it might be a fairly simple fix to add permit issuing law enforcement agencies. I'm not even sure if law enforcement agencies might already have some access for other purposes. Is there anyone from the BCA that maintains these records that could give us some more clarity on this? Maybe we'll send out a call for help, and we can clarify that, and maybe if necessary, we can circle back at the next stage to clarify if there's anything necessary in that regard. I'm glad you brought the point up, Senator Holmstrom, though, because we don't want issuing agencies to be under the gun one way or the other on this, and if it's going to take longer to create that electronic access, to set it up so they can access that promptly, we might need to adjust effective dates or something like that as well. So let's just keep an eye on that question so that it can work well. Senator Crum.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And there may be processes that need to be changed and perhaps other areas of statutes. And I agree with the sentiment that this needs to move quickly within the other statutory timeframe. But I would just argue, I wouldn't say argue, just an observation based on the bill, that this is a permissive language in line 2.19. And so I would say that that cannot trump the statutory deadlines for the issuance of the permit to purchase or permit to carry. This is just simply a permissive language. Now, we want it to be done quickly so that it can be used, but it is not an excuse for the sheriff or chief of police to delay issuing a permit to purchase or permit to carry if that expungement information does not come within a timely manner.
Any other comments or discussion from members of the committee? Senator Holmstrom.
To the bill or to the testifier?
On the bill only. If you have questions for this testifier on some other topic, please do that offline.
Perfect. I actually have an amendment to the bill that I've discussed with the author. I'd like to offer the A1 amendment.
All right, staff will distribute the A1 amendment. While they're doing that, Senator Holmstrom, go ahead and describe your amendment, please.
Yes, so the prescription or the issue that we're trying to solve with this bill is a result of automatic expungements. Since that is the problem that we're trying to solve, I recommend that we undo the damage created by getting rid of automatic expungements, and this amendment does just that.
Senator Seeberger, were you aware that this amendment was coming?
Mr. Chair, yes, Senator Holmstrom did indicate to me yesterday he would be bringing this amendment, and I told him I would oppose it. We've done a lot of good work when it comes to expungement, and I think the bill before us now, 3929, addresses the issues that law enforcement is seeing. In fact, law enforcement came to me asking me to carry this bill. I am not in favor of undoing any of the expungement provisions that we have implemented in the past. So I would ask folks to oppose the A1 amendment.
Senator Seeberger, or Senator Holmstrom, I don't see anything in the underlying bill that's before us that references automatic expungements. It seems to reference all expungements. So am I missing something in your analysis, Senator Holmstrom?
Thank you, Chair Latz. Yes, this came from a conversation I had with multiple members of law enforcement explaining why they were supporting this bill as a result of the automatic expungements and the unintended consequences.
Well, I'm reluctant to take up another hour and a half of committee time today to talk about the value or not of expungements as a whole and of the automatic expungements that this legislature authorized in past years. Do you have any testifiers that you intended to call, Senator Holmstrom, or you're just offering the amendment at this time?
I'm just offering the amendment today.
Is there any discussion, further discussion from members of the committee? Seeing no further discussion then on the A1 amendment, all those in favor say aye. Opposed?
No.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Any
Mr.
further
Chair.
discussion? Senator Westrom.
Mr. Chair, by the time I could get my button pushed to say aye, you'd already moved to the no votes, so I just wanted to be on record as voting aye for that amendment.
You're on record, Senator Westrom, as opposing supporting the A1 amendment. Any further discussion on Senate File 3929? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And without getting back into the A1, I won't redo that, but I do think the reason we're here today is because we've gone too far with our expungements. And it has resulted in this type of consequence, which leads to the bill we're here today. And I also believe in second chances, but when you get too loose on your expungements and you allow too many of them, this is the type of problems you end up having. And so we're here on this bill to try to solve the problem that those expungement bills from a couple years ago are now causing. So to Senator Holmstrom's point, I would like to see us go back to having a more strict expungement process, and then this bill wouldn't be necessary. But because we're not in a position to do that today, I certainly don't want to limit this important information to law enforcement to help, keep firearms out of the hands of people that shouldn't have them. Thanks.
Any further discussion on Senate File 3929? Not seeing any, Senator Seeberger moves that Senate File 3929 be recommended to pass and be referred to the Senate floor. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails.
No.
We got you, Senator Westrom. The motion prevails. Senator Seeberger, don't go anywhere yet. We got Senate File 2546. So members, this is coming back to us after laid on the table last year. Senator Seeberger moves that Senate File 2546 be taken from the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Senate File 2546 is before us. Members, just as a reminder, last year the bill was amended to remove sections 1 and 2, and then it was laid over. So I understand Senator Seeberger intends to move to reinsert sections 1 and 2 in the bill. Is that correct, Senator Seeberger?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Would you like to tell us what those provisions are at this time? And members, they're also in the packet that is being distributed. Or tell us what the bill does, I guess, to remind us of that, and then what sections 1 and 2 would do if they're re-included.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a reminder, Senate File 2546 requires the Commissioner of Human Services to establish a high-fidelity wraparound grant program to provide comprehensive, holistic, child and family-driven responses to children experiencing serious mental health and behavioral challenges. We all know the needs of our communities to receive mental health programming support. We heard some testimony to that effect here today. And we know that these wraparound services are a critical tool in this effort. It's not enough for us to react to a crisis, but rather as lawmakers, we need to look at how we can intervene before a threat occurs. This is a start to what I hope will be a larger conversation on mental health services, how we can ensure people who need this help have access, and how we can make our communities the safest places possible. This bill, Mr. Chair and members, deals with youth who are in the juvenile justice system. And we don't want to forget about, as you know, we talk about mental health supports in schools, mental health supports in the community. We can't forget about our incarcerated youth. And this bill would ensure that they get the mental health services that they need.
At this time, Senator Seeberger, would you like us to consider your motion then to include sections 1 and 2?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion on Senator Seeberger's motion? Not seeing any. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Senator Seeberger, are you ready to go to your testifiers?
Yes, please.
All right, we have Matt Bauer, Deputy Director of Dakota County Community Corrections. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Latz and members of the committee. My name is Matt Bauer. I'm the Deputy Director over the Dakota County Juvenile Center. I'm also representing the Minnesota Juvenile Detention Association today, which I will refer to as MNJDA throughout my testimony. Thank you again for another opportunity to speak to the committee about children boarding in detention due to mental health without access to appropriate treatment. MNJDA has become a safety net in our mental health continuum of care. Children with serious and significant mental health needs are boarding in correctional facilities with no alternative options. Over the past 6 years, there has been significant increases in the number of children boarding in detention. This increase in mental health needs has occurred as other options have decreased. MNJDA remained the stopgap in Minnesota's mental health continuum of care. A return on investment report in your packets describes the challenges of children boarding in our facilities. Whose symptoms include a high rate of trauma-related disorders and significant rates of aggressions, self-injurious behaviors, and sexualized behaviors. These children have exhausted other placement options and are now the responsibility of MNJDA facilities to support and stabilize. MNJDA facilities are working to support the mental health needs of children in our care. Detention-based mental health investment does not replace treatment systems, but it prevents system failure when no alternatives exist. Without our investment, many children would have remained boarded, cycled through crisis systems, or experienced self-harm, serious harm. We are woefully under-resourced to meet the needs of these children, but have demonstrated some significant returns on investment with the services we are providing. The returns on investment we have experienced and anticipate increasing with further investment include avoiding emergency room visits and hospitalization, improved placement outcomes, and a safe return to community. We have demonstrated success in crisis stabilization and reducing aggressive behaviors in these children. Senate File 2546 will allow all facilities to increase mental health services to better meet the needs of the children boarding. This is a statewide crisis, and Senate File 2546 is a solution that will improve child outcomes and increase public safety. The children boarding in detention and the 90% of children in detention who have experienced trauma deserve a level of care that allows them to stabilize, remain safe, and meets their needs. The reality is the only option for many children in Minnesota to receive mental health care is in a correctional facility. This funding proposal supports these children and promotes public safety. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of MNJDA and the children in our facilities. And I thank Senator Seeberger for bringing this forward again. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for our testifier? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sarah Seeberger, perhaps you or perhaps your testifier could give us a snapshot of kind of the present picture of mental health programming for juvenile detention persons, and how would this, what would be the picture that you could create for us if this was passed? Kind of a present picture, and how would it, are there a number of people that would now be served? Is this an increase percentage-wise in the resources you have, or is it something entirely new?
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Limmer, before I turn it over to Mr. Bauer, I want to share my family's perspective on this issue. As I mentioned before, I have a son with significant mental health needs. And when we talk about boarding, boarding simply means the person is there. There's a bed, there's meals, there's no treatment for the condition. Oftentimes the person deteriorates and gets worse. I've seen that happen with my own son. My son was boarded in an emergency department for 9 days. There's no treatment, it's boarding. He was, his condition was controlled with sedation That's not getting to the underlying problem. My son was also incarcerated when he was 11 years old. He was in 5th grade, Senator Limmer, Madam Chair. That's not a place for anyone to be. And he was incarcerated because of his disability and his mental health condition. He did not get treatment when he was in juvenile detention. Nothing happened. He had a bed and food. So anything we can do to support our youth so that they receive treatment beyond simple boarding, beyond simple bed and meal, is a worthwhile investment, and to ensure that the mental health needs of our children in this state are addressed, because right now they're not being addressed. Mr. Bauer.
Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Senator Limmer. Throughout the continuum of care in Minnesota, we've seen decrease in residential treatment beds over the last 6 years, and even longer, just a significant decrease, creating gaps in our mental health continuum of care. Youth are not having their needs met and be provided the mental health care to stabilize in the community or other settings. Untreated mental health and stabilization of their mental health can lead to unsafe behaviors, which leads to contact with law enforcement and then boarding in detention with no place for them to go for the appropriate level of treatment. Some MNJDA facilities offer treatment programs along with detention, and that includes a limited amount of mental health therapy and treatment. We are looking to expand to meet the need. We're not even close to meeting the need and the demand that the boarding crisis has created. And that's what this bill would provide us, is to close that gap between the demand that we have right now and the services that we have right now. Thank you.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senator Seeberger. I asked the question to underline the need. I've rattled the cage on this for a while, and it just doesn't ever seem to get the attention it needs. You have your experience. I have my experience as a former correction officer, and mental health, people with mental health needs that get stuck in a revolving door of criminal justice world ends up in facilities that I used to be employed at, and definitely they are not the place for individuals with mental health needs. A workhouse, a cell block is not the place for them. They often become victimized, or they might victimize others. And the earlier we get to address individuals that show a sign of needed help, needs to be done. So I thank you for the bill before us. I don't know what it's going to take to get the attention of Minnesota state government to really make the commitment. They seem to be throwing money in all sorts of other directions, but this is an essential need. So thank you.
Any other questions, members? Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple questions about the protections of the funds. First off, do we know what the appropriation might look like yet? Do we have any idea?
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No.
Okay. So line 113, the grantee must have a commitment to provide high-fidelity wraparound services. It must be a county or community-based service provider. Forgive me, I don't know what a county or community-based service provider is. Do you have an example of what that might look like?
Sure.
Mr. Bauer.
Thank you. Senator, a county would be for Dakota County, we would contract with an agency to provide the wraparound, and we'd provide the oversight to make sure the services are provided as the model requires and in line with what the contract requests. So counties would contract with community-based providers to provide wraparound services.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, and then line 2, page 2, line 3, It's asking for reports, but not more than twice per calendar year. Is there a reason that we wanted to limit it?
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No. I mean, I don't know the reason. I don't know. Do you know the reason?
I do not.
No. Do you have a suggestion, Senator Holstrom?
I don't.
Senator
I just saw
Holmstrom.
that, and I thought maybe there was a logic behind it that I wouldn't understand or didn't currently. So any chance we have to not limit reporting, especially in this environment, I think we should consider removing that. But that is my only feedback. Thank you.
All right, closing comments for you, Senator Seeberger, and then we'll lay the bill over.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The topic today in this Judiciary Friday is reducing gun violence in the state of Minnesota. And there's been a lot of discussion as far as how mental health feeds into this crisis. This provides one avenue to address the mental health needs of the youth in Minnesota. And I think it's an important step to take. Thank you for your consideration of Senate File 2546.
Thank you. With that, Senate File 2546 is laid over. And we will go to Senate File 2320, Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to invite the mayors to join me.
Yep, come forward. Whenever you're ready, you can begin, Senator Pappas.
Oh, thank you. Madam Chair, that's why you were pointing to. Madam Chair and members, thank you for hearing Senate File 2320 this morning. The bill authorizes local governments to prohibit or restrict a person from possessing a dangerous weapon, ammunition, or explosives within a building or on land owned or leased by the local government, such as a recreation center, library, city hall, or city parks. It creates a requirement that the local unit of government post signs giving notice of the ban and establishes a misdemeanor penalty for a violation. Unlike private non-governmental establishments, which can regulate the carrying of firearms in their spaces, there's no authority for a local governmental unit to ban firearms from being carried into local government-owned or leased buildings and land, which may include libraries, recreation centers, and community centers. Other government facilities, including most notably schools, have provisions in state law that permit them to ban dangerous weapons while knowingly on school property. Letting local governments have the local control and ability to ban firearms in government-owned and leased buildings like our libraries and recreation centers will be a critical step in helping to prevent gun violence in our communities. That means if my city of St. Paul, the city of Minneapolis, and you'll hear from Mayor Herr and Mayor Fry, or one of your cities such as St. Louis Park, Plymouth, Maple Grove, or Brainerd decides that they want to ban guns and weapons on the buildings they own and lease, they'll have the local control to make that decision based on what their communities want. And Madam Chair, I would just turn it over to my testifiers.
Thank you. Mayor Herr, you can begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Chair Latz and members. My name is Kali Herr, and I am the Mayor of St. Paul. I would like to thank Senator Pappas for carrying this bill. I am also here on behalf of the League of Minnesota Cities. We both support the local authority provided in this legislation. You have a letter in your packet from the League of Minnesota Cities who also supports Senate File 2320. Even with their broad statewide membership covering rural areas, they too appreciate the local control angle of the bill. Local elected officials are well positioned to make health, safety, and welfare decisions in their communities and, if authorized, would apply the authority provided in Senate File 2320 in that context. Current law prohibits guns and on most school properties, but forbid the other local units of government from prohibiting loaded firearms on their properties. I want you to think about this for our kids and our family. Nowadays, our rec centers and libraries are often an extension of a child's school day where they continue to learn or exercise or hang out with their friends. These kids, if no one else, deserves and need to have these spaces be safe for them in their activities. I talked with my park staff in preparation for this meeting. They had 3 examples of interaction in 2025 at our Lake Phelan Public Beach, Oxford Community Center, and Hazel Park Recreation Center, where there was a gun on the premise, where people threatened and it severely disrupted planned activities for the kids, like day camp and swimming. It broke up adult exercises and basketball games. Had the city been able to prohibit those guns from being there, we might have prevented all the trauma and fear of our residents. In closing, I urge you to pass this bill today, and thank you for dedicating the committee time to these important topics this session.
Great, thanks. Thank you for being here, Mayor Fry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you to Senator Pappas as well as Mayor Howe for joining me as well in support of File 2320. My name is Jacob Fry. I'm the mayor of Minneapolis, and I'm here to testify in favor of what I believe to be a fairly obvious bill. Presently, local municipalities are not able to make decisions about whether guns can go into their respective facilities. Yes, we're talking about libraries. Yes, we're talking about parks and recreation centers. We're also just talking about City Hall. At any given moment, there are perhaps multiple investigations into death threats against me and other public officials. And we're all acutely aware when we walk through those metal detectors to come into this building. We can't have those metal detectors in City Hall, at least in a way where we could then prevent people from bringing in guns. They have to be able to bring in those guns because of the way the law is presently written. If you are a municipality that wants to allow guns into your facility, you would still be able to do that. But if you are a local government that decides, hey, we are deeply concerned about the possibility of some form of mass shooting, some form of danger, we can step up and author local ordinances, the freedom to author local ordinances that would allow us to restrict. This is not a partisan issue. Those death threats, to be fair, come from all different sides. I've seen them. I ask you to do this for the people of our respective cities. I ask you to do that for fellow colleagues and elected officials that we all work on behalf of Minnesota residents for. And I ask you also personally, as it is a deep concern to me and my family.
Madam Chair.
Senator Pappas.
Madam Chair, there's really some inconsistency in the law, because if you have like a city hall and a courthouse that are combined, like we do in St. Paul, courthouses can restrict guns being brought into their facility, but in Minneapolis, the courthouse is separate from the city hall, so the courthouse can prevent guns, but City Hall cannot.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. We do have Brian Gosh signed up to testify, so I'll ask him to come forward at this time. Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning. Are we still in the morning? Madam Chair, members of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
To take a look. It's about to be afternoon.
My name is Brian Gosh. I'm a lawyer, registered lobbyist with the National Rifle Association, here today to testify in opposition to Senate File 2320. I do appreciate the opportunity to testify. I would have liked to testify against some of the other gun control bills, but I do appreciate any time you give me today. This, of course, as you heard, seeks to allow local governments to ban firearms in their buildings and that they own or lease. This would be a departure from some of the other states like South Dakota that not only allows it, but specifically passed a law last year that said they can't restrict employees from carrying in those local government buildings. And as you know, currently with the preemption statute in place in Minnesota, you are the sole determiner of gun rights and gun laws across the state of Minnesota. And of course, that's important for uniformity, so that no matter where you travel, what city, what town you're in, you know what the rules are. You don't have to guess, is this a local government building I can or not carry in? Now, I know there's signage proposed in the bill like there is for private businesses. However, I can choose not to go to that private business. I can't typically choose to not go get government services from that local government building. Now, there might be some online stuff I can do, but if I want to get a certain product or service that the local government offers. Typically, I have to go in that building. I just can't choose not to do that. One of the examples of statewide application, an area of the law in Minnesota that currently exists is in the areas of rules of the road. So no matter where I travel, again, no matter what town, city, county, I know I have to use a turn signal to turn. I know I have to drive on the right side of the road. Things like that, you know, so specifically in Minnesota statute 169.022, it states in part, the provisions of this chapter shall be applicable and uniform throughout the state and all political subdivisions and municipalities therein, and no local authority shall enact or enforce any rule or regulation in conflict with the provisions of this chapter unless expressly authorized herein. Other areas of the law where uniformity has been deemed important and to the legislature is areas of criminal law, taxation and revenue, human rights and civil rights, environmental protections, and election law. Currently, and I would suggest it's probably the best policy to keep you as the sole determiner, and so that you have that uniformity across the state. Takes away the confusion. And I know there's another bill that had been on the agenda and it was removed. Maybe it comes back. That was for complete statewide repeal. But the more you go down that path, of course, the more you open the door to those who want more gun rights can enact that in those local towns and cities as well, if you choose to remove preemption all the way together, which would probably be the opposite of what you would intend or would want. In this case, I think for the sake of Minnesotans, so that they know what to expect no matter where they go, I think we would want to leave the law the same. So with that, I'd stand by for questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
I've got the gavel now, so you got it right. Mr. Gosh, how would you reconcile this with the question of uniformity with all local government rules as they apply now? If almost all local governments right now can ban firearms in their buildings, but cities can't. So to be uniform, it would seem to me that we ought to give cities the same authority. Would you disagree with that?
I'm sorry, could you ask that question again? I missed the first part of it.
Most local governments right now can ban firearms on their premises, but cities cannot. So wouldn't giving cities that authority encourage uniformity in that regard?
Well, I would, Mr. Chair, I would disagree with that, of course. You know, I think with all general rules, you have some subtle nuances or exceptions, but I think, as I said, as you travel around, you would want that consistency.
You might feel a little bit differently if you sat on a city council and were subjected to death threats. My first year on the city council in St. Louis Park in 1993, I received a death threat on my voicemail at home.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gosh.
I am sorry to hear that. I have sat on a state legislative body for 9 years in a different state, and I have received death threats, including threatening to run me over with a Prius, but I just assumed they were more bark than bite.
Well, we obviously cannot make that assumption any longer. Also, one question, rather than not going into a municipal building to renew a property license or something like that because they've got a firearm on them, couldn't a person simply choose not to carry the firearm into the building and continue to access all the city services in that manner?
Mr. Chair, certainly, but then you're also disarmed from wherever you parked to the building and back. And that might be a really dangerous situation depending on where the city building is and who is traveling around and frequenting those areas.
All right. I don't know, personally, I'd rather take the risk of, with regard to a life-threatening assault between a parking space and a building than be inside the city hall and face real threats from people who, in my case, were aggrieved over our decision on culling the deer herd in St. Louis Park, believe it or not. I got that. I've had a death threat here in the Senate chamber when a person came in with a knife looking for me. And just now, we're getting more secure Capitol security. And all of us have probably received death threats in one form or another now from elected service, and we know we have to take those seriously because some of our members have died as a result, and almost died as a result. So maybe being an elected official isn't as safe as it used to be. It seems to me if you're a local elected official, you should be entitled to the same protections in that regard as all other local elected officials if you choose to have your municipality do that, as well as the state legislature. Any members have any other questions?
Mr. Chair, could I respond to that,
Yes,
please?
of course, go ahead.
You know, one of the ways, and you'll see numerous stories online where you have good Samaritans, people with the carry permit, carrying law-abiding citizens who have stopped people from committing harm or more harm because they were there. And that's an opportunity to protect you today or in your past situations where you have, I would suggest, people like me, some of the people behind me who would do that for you because we are law-abiding citizens. We don't like people to engage in crime and violent crime particularly, or misuse whatever items they might have to try to cause harm.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Gosch while he's at the testifier table? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony, sir. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Pappas. So in law right now, in my private business, I can ban guns. And if somebody chooses to violate that law and is persistent upon it, they are guilty of a petty misdemeanor. I can't help but notice that this law specifically jumps right past that standard and creates a new standard of a misdemeanor by dint of it being a publicly owned building or private space or space. Can you explain why?
Now there's a question. Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman and members, I would maybe say that the petty misdemeanor is not strong enough, that I would change that to a misdemeanor. I think a misdemeanor is more appropriate.
Follow-up, Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Chair. I guess to justify that, have you had any testimony or any complaint from business owners that petty misdemeanor wasn't enough? I guess I'm not understanding why we would increase a standard without data to back that up.
Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I guess we need to support the Violence Prevention Center then, so we have the data to support up any changes that we might make in gun laws. However, I'm not really addressing private businesses in this case. I'm really concerned about the inconsistency between county courthouses being able to not allow guns into courtrooms, and yet city councils not being able to do the same thing, as well as we've had incidences, as the mayor mentioned, in our parks and our rec centers. And we should be able to at least warn people with signs saying that guns are not allowed in this facility. And we did have that. We did have that consistency. And then a number of years ago, it was taken away. I can't remember what year exactly, but we had that at one point.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really important that we point out that it has not been proven here today or by anywhere I've seen that having legally armed citizens not permitted to be somewhere makes it categorically safer. I think that this bill will achieve the goal of creating more soft targets, and we know that active shooters search out these soft targets. I think that the result of this bill will end up being a categorically less safe society and making every public space less safe that chooses to enact it. Thank you.
Any further discussion or comments from members of the committee? Senator Westland.
Just very quickly, if you look at the data and the evidence provided by the Violence Prevention Project, actually oftentimes, particularly mass shooters are looking, they are suicidal, often they want to die, suicide by cop or otherwise. So I just want to add that to the conversation.
Senator Pappas' counsel has identified an effective date that needs to be adjusted. Mr. Backus, please.
Mr. Chair and members, on line 2.21, delete 2025 and add 2026.
Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that amendment.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails, the amendment's adopted. Any further discussion on Senate File 2320? I'm not seeing any. Senator Pappas moves that Senate File 2320 as amended be recommended to pass and be re-referred to the Committee on State and Local Government. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thanks.
No.
The motion prevails.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pappas. All right, next up, Senate File 513 is the Senator Mann's bill to be presented by Senator Gustafson. While she's coming forward, we'll just let folks know that the intent is to take a lunch break after the presentation of this bill. We'll take 30 minutes. Folks can get up, walk around, grab some food, and then we'll return after that to complete the agenda. Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. SF 513 would establish the Minnesota Office of Gun Violence Protection or Prevention, which will be centralized strategic hub dedicated to public education, public safety, coordination with law enforcement, and prevention of community violence and supporting families impacted by this specific kind of violence. A coordinated office would be able to pull research, best practices, and coordinate with entities doing this work. It would be able to coordinate with other departments, such as DPS, for more coordination and comprehensive collaborative effort to combat this public health crisis. Offices like this are sprouting up around the country and are serving to break down silos between state agencies, to direct federal and state funding to areas of most need and decrease duplicative efforts in this space. This office would be housed under MDH because we want to treat it like the public health crisis that it is. The public health approach to prevent gun violence addresses the many forms of gun violence by focusing both on firearm access and the underlying risk factors that contribute to gun violence. I believe we have an amendment, Mr. Chair.
Members, in your package, you have the A1 amendment. This is the first committee to hear the matter on its merits as it had been re-referred without consideration from a different committee. So we'll treat this as an author's amendment. Is that included? The A1 amendment is going to be is proposed to be amended by council relating to the appropriation. So we're going to have Mr. Backus describe that first.
Mr. Chair, members, it would just be an addition of a technical change to the appropriation, and the change would be on page 2, line 16, delete everything before the second $, and then delete R and insert is. So the appropriation would read blank is blank in fiscal year 26 is appropriated. If you want to.
So members, the plan here, just so you know, we have one particular piece of this bill is within the Judiciary's jurisdiction. We're hearing it here right now for efficiency purposes, but the appropriation will be handled in HHS. So the intent is to leave that line or that figure blank today and let the HHS committee determine what funding they would recommend appropriating. So we now have before us the A1 amendment as augmented by the changes to the appropriation language described by Mr. Backus. And Senator Umu Verbatim moves adoption of the A1 amendment as fully described. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. And we do have a testifier here on this. Okay, we have online Dr. Derek Lombard from Hennepin Healthcare. So, doctor, sorry to pull you out of the emergency room or the operating room or wherever you were. Thanks for joining us. Why don't you go ahead and just identify yourself and your affiliation and present your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Derek Lombard, and I'm a trauma surgeon and director of trauma research at Hennepin Healthcare. I appreciate the opportunity to testify remotely as I'm currently on 24-hour trauma call. I've been active in the firearm injury research community for 10 years, and I'm the Vice Chair of Injury Prevention for the Committee on Trauma for the state of Minnesota through American College of Surgeons. But my perspective comes not only from research, but from taking care of patients. During my time in fellowship in San Antonio, Texas, I was involved with the response for Uvalde school shooting at Robb Elementary. Here in Minnesota, I've cared for patients injured in several high-profile shootings, including Annunciation, Alina's Buffalo Clinic, our Burnsville first responders, and more. At the same time, many of these firearm injuries I treat never make the headlines, but range from accidental discharges to self-inflicted injuries. In fact, in Minnesota, roughly 75% of firearm deaths are from suicide, and 90% may never reach a hospital, with rates being significantly higher in greater Minnesota. Despite the scale of this issue, our data systems are fragmented and incomplete. We track firearm deaths at the state level, but non-fatal firearm injuries are inconsistently captured. This is a problem experienced across the United States. Without high-quality granular data on both fatal and non-fatal firearm injuries, we cannot evaluate factors contributing to firearm injury, assess risk patterns, or develop, test, and evaluate prevention strategies for effectiveness. An Office of Gun Violence Prevention at the Minnesota Department of Health would help address this gap by strengthening data collection, coordinating prevention efforts, and supporting research that identifies effective harm reduction interventions. In medicine, we rely on good data and coordinated systems to prevent disease and save lives. Firearm injury prevention should be no different. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
While we have you online, we'll see if there are any committee questions for you at this time. I'm not seeing any, Doctor. Thank you so much for taking your time to join us today. We'll send you back to saving lives. All right. Now we have with us today in person, I believe, Dr. Siri Fireberger. Oh. So we don't know if we have any other doctors right now? We're checking. So while we determine whether we have any further physician testimony, well, let's just call the room here. Dr. Fireberger or Dr. Gorelick? Either of you here?
Yeah, this is Dr. Gorelick here, remote.
Oh, there we are. Hello, doctor. All right. Hi. Thank you for joining us. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Mark Overlick. I am a board-certified pediatrician and pediatric emergency physician, and I recently retired after nearly 8 years as CEO of Children's Minnesota, the largest pediatric health system in the state. You know, among the thousands of kids I cared for in my 25 years of clinical practice, some were kids suffering from injuries caused by bullets fired from guns. And I've seen things that no one should ever have to see and that, frankly, I will never forget. When I began my career, I was appalled that gun injury was the second leading cause of death in American children. And now, since 2020, it has actually moved to being the leading cause of death. And I think it's safe to say that no one thinks that's okay. No one thinks that an average of 12 kids dying each day from gun homicide, suicide, and unintentional injury is okay. So the discussion is, what do we do about it? Last year, building on my experiences as a physician, as a clinical epidemiologist, and as a healthcare administrator, I wrote a book about childhood gun injury as a public health problem. And calling it a public health problem wasn't intended just to mean it's a big deal, although it is. It means that we need to address gun injury using a public health approach. We can't see it simply as a public safety issue or simply a mental health issue or simply a regulatory issue or a moral issue. It is all of those things and more. And the way to save lives is to approach gun injury the way we've approached other complex public health problems like motor vehicle injury and alcohol and drug abuse. Recognizing that the causes of gun injury are multifactorial and intertwined, and the solutions must be multifaceted. This bill, establishing an Office of Gun Violence Prevention, is an important step toward doing that, and there are many benefits of such an office. I would highlight three. The first that you already heard about very eloquently is data. We need better data to address this problem, and an office like this can serve a vital role in standardizing and collecting data, including data specific to Minnesota, to inform effective interventions to improve the lives of Minnesotans. The second you heard a little bit about is the ability to coordinate efforts across multiple agencies of state and federal, state and local government. Most people don't realize, you just heard, that the majority of the 47,000 gun deaths that happen each year in the United States, including nearly 600 in Minnesota, the majority of those are suicides. And what works to prevent a 65-year-old in Farmington from taking his own life with a gun is going to be very different than what will protect the young kids in my neighborhood of Minneapolis from another school shooter. Many entities across public health, mental health, public safety, education, and others need to work together in a coordinated way to approach the problem. Current approaches are too fragmented. This office can help bring those together. And the third benefit is the ability to better coordinate state partnership with community organizations. Last week, I attended the annual Gun Injury Prevention Summit in New York, and the focus there was on the successful efforts of community violence intervention programs in places like Baltimore, Milwaukee, Cleveland. We have such programs here in Minnesota. These programs have been quite successful in reducing gun injury, and they work best when there is a well-defined point of contact to partner with state government, which I think we all know can be a little difficult to navigate. So in summary, Senate File 513, by establishing this Office of Gun Violence Prevention, is an important and necessary step toward giving Minnesota a truly public health approach to gun injury that will ultimately save Minnesota lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, we have you online. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Dr. Gorelick? All right, thank you, Doctor. We appreciate you taking the time today. Any other doctors in the room that want to testify? We do have signed up as a testifier on behalf of the bill, Dr. Fibeger, not present at this moment. All right, then we'll go to the public testimony. We've got one pro and one con had signed up ahead of time on the online portal. We'll have Ann Betzner. If you're here in the room, come on forward, please. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. And following that, we'll have Anna Leamy from Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. Ann Betzner, go ahead and just identify yourself and present your testimony. You've got 2 to 3 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Ann Betzner. Thank you for the opportunity to this committee, Chair, to speak to you. I'm the mom of an 8th grader at Annunciation and a member of the Annunciation Light Alliance. We're a nonpartisan, parent-led group who believes in a future where every child can learn, play, and worship free from gun violence. Thank you for your commitment to protecting our children in this state. And as we know, gun violence prevention is a complex problem, and we may not agree on a path forward, but this is why we need an Office of Gun Violence Prevention. My son was in the church on the day of the shooting. It's difficult to summarize my experience, but one moment seared in my memory is the face of my son's teacher as he held the door for us to enter. And the look of horror on his face was overwhelming, and there aren't words that can describe the pain and trauma of those in that church. On August 27th, we brought our son home, but the shooting wasn't a one-day event. A new part of our lives, our regular conversations about the impact of trauma on our son, and a fear for his ability to establish trusting relationships and feel safe even where he worships. Candidly, he does not really understand the harm he and his classmates have suffered, and that is perhaps a blessing right now. But one day he will, and we're terrified for that day because we know what it's like for us. There is a deep and abiding moral injury of having basic bodily safety ripped away in the place where we thought we were safest, and the place that my son should be celebrating his confirmation next month. This injury is heightened because of the heroic efforts of everyone involved. Adults in the church yelled down, down, down to save children. Neighbors called right away, and neighbors ran into danger to help. Teachers threw their bodies over children, and children threw their own bodies over children. The police arrived in 2 minutes. We are so grateful. On August 27th, everyone did their jobs. Yet, we have lost Harper Moisky and Fletcher Merkel. 28 others are injured, and an entire community is traumatized. This bill strengthens our ability to protect our children by examining what works from multiple perspectives, not just one. And it allows us to demand accountability through coordination, data-driven solutions, and impact measurement. Please support Senate File 513 with your vote.
Thank you for your testimony, Ann Betzner, and our thoughts are with you as well. We'll now invite Anna Leamy to come forward for testimony. Ms. Leamy.
Chair Latz, member of the committee, my name is Anna Leamy, Director of Government Relations and Advocacy for the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus. While framed as a public health initiative, this bill would establish a permanent taxpayer-funded office with broad authority to shape firearm policy, coordinate with outside organizations, promote regulatory strategies, and influence legislation under the banner of research and data collection. Minnesota does not need another layer of government bureaucracy focused on reframing and restricting a constitutional right. Similar initiatives have been attempted at the federal level, most notably at the former White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which ultimately ended up functioning as a centralized policy and advocacy hub within the executive branch. Minnesota should not replicate that failed model at the state level. Instead of focusing on violent offenders, repeat criminals, and prosecution failures, Senate File 513 institutionalizes a public health framework that treats lawful firearm ownership as a societal pathology instead of a fundamental civil right. The bill also grants the proposed office broad authority to coordinate with national stakeholders and serve as a legislative resource on gun violence prevention policy. In practice, national stakeholders frequently include national gun control advocacy organizations. Minnesota taxpayers should not be compelled to fund coordination with outside political groups whose stated mission is to restrict lawful firearm ownership. Minnesota already funds extensive public safety and crime analysis infrastructure through the Department of Public Safety, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the Office of Justice Programs, and local law enforcement agencies. These entities already collect and publish data related to violent crime and firearm-related incidents. If the legislator is serious about reducing violence, the focus should remain on enforcing existing laws against violent criminals, supporting law enforcement, strengthening prosecution, and assisting victims, not building additional administrative offices. For these reasons, we respectfully urge you to vote no on Senate File 513. Thank you.
Ms. Leamy, I've got, and members all in their packets have the letter from the Gun Owners Caucus, which contains the content of your testimony plus some additional information. And maybe you can help me understand this, because you state that this bill institutionalizes a public health framework that treats lawful firearm ownership as a societal pathology. The impression I get is that it institutionalizes a public health framework that treats gun violence as a societal pathology, not firearm ownership. Do you see a distinction there?
Our caucus is just concerned that when things like this happen, lawful gun owners do get lumped into that, and it does infringe on their civil rights.
The creation of an office to coordinate data and regulatory approaches would by and of itself, and gather information, would in and of itself infringe upon lawful gun owners' Second Amendment rights?
We're just concerned with the office coordinating more with gun control advocacy groups and not giving Second Amendment proponents the option to be involved in this.
So what you really want to make sure is that Second Amendment proponents have a communication line with a new office that would involve this topic. Is that right?
If the office would be created, that would be something that would be very important to us.
Okay, but the creation of the office itself, if it included that, shouldn't be a problem then?
We do have some other concerns about how the office would operate, but we would love to be involved if it would be established.
Okay. Well, I would hope that such an office would gather information from all sources of information and evidence relating to gun violence in Minnesota. Now, I was reading through what you described as concerns here, and you talked about the the former White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I, along with some other members of the committee, have been to the White House for conferences organized by this very office, which functioned as a centralized policy and advocacy hub. But it doesn't describe how that's a failure. You simply characterize it as a failed model when President Trump eliminated that office. And then you identify the state agencies or organizations that gather information on violent crime and firearm-related incidents, but you don't indicate that there's anything wrong with taking those fragmented sources, coalescing that into one particular office or agency, and gathering more specific information on the connection between firearms and crime. So I'm having trouble making the connection here between the existence of an office to study this issue, gather information, and propose solutions, and your concerns, except that you might not like some of the recommendations, which doesn't seem to me that's a good reason to not create the office. It might be a good reason for us to consider, or it ought to be a good reason for us to consider on the merits if there are recommendations that require legislative action. Am I missing something here, or am I understanding you correctly?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Leamy while she's at the testifier table? All right, not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony. And we've already taken care of the adoption of the author's amendment. Are there any other amendments or discussion by members of the committee before we consider a motion to refer this back to Health and Human Services? Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Chair Latz. Senator Gustafson, the author's amendment removed the requirement for this new office to conduct their own research and rather changed it to analyze, evaluate, and review. Is this in coordination with the appropriation we just recommended for the violence prevention project? Is that your goal, that they would use that data, or are we opened up to any group that might do data regardless of how that data is vetted?
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what MDH is saying is what they specialize in and what they can provide is evaluation, data analysis, research translation. And so that is why it was changed, so that they can do specifically what they have the jurisdiction to do. Hopefully that answers your question.
Senator Holmstrom.
And I don't want to speak on the Gun Owner Caucus's behalf, but I think what they were getting at is this is a very broad concept of collecting data from any sources, and within an administrative agency, there's no prescription on how they're vetting that. If we were having the agency conduct their own research, we might be able to actually trust some of the data that comes from it. But when there isn't a prescription for that, I worry that we're going to end up pulling in research that wasn't done to a method that might be more standardized and acceptable.
Senator Gustus.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and thank you, Senator Holmstrom. Again, I should have given credit right off the bat because Senator Dr. Mann has worked very hard on this. This is actually her bill, and I'm not sure exactly the amendment drafted, but I do know that it was a technical thing based on what the jurisdiction of MDH has to do. And I understand your concern about all gun violence data coming in and where it's coming from. I hear that. I think to Senator Latz's point earlier, I think those are all things to work on with the language as it exists, but I'm not sure it's a good reason to not be for it. In fact, when I meet with a lot of gun advocate groups, they often talk about establishing something like this, where you can pull in gun owners and mental health experts and the Department of Public Safety and the Department of Health and have a holistic approach to making schools and churches safer for everybody, but specifically children. And I believe I heard on the last bill with Senator Pappas that there was a desire from some of the senators to have more information about what proves, what data points actually show preventing guns in spaces would be helpful. This office would be able to fill in those gaps for people and provide that data. And so we would hope that this would have bipartisan support to really gather the information we need. Those legislative recommendations can still be debated on, but at least we'd have the information coming to us that would help us inform us of those votes.
Senator Holmstrom.
And I guess I'll reiterate that I think my concern and concern of many would be that if we're pulling in research from groups who are starting with the position of that, guns are bad and we shouldn't have guns, and then conducting their research from that jump off point, we're going to get different data if we're looking at it from a more how do we prevent gun violence route. I think we're going to get different methodology out of that, and therefore different results that might not be trustworthy. And if we're not vetting those well in the legislation, then I don't know how we can trust the data that would come out of this office. Thank you.
Well, I would hope that those who are collecting the data would also always consider the source and validity of that data, and if it stands the test of evaluation, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and that's why, from my standpoint, we ought to get the experts gathering this information. I always welcome additional information, even if I'm not sure it's going to say what I'm hoping or think it might say. But we can't make good evidence-based decisions without the evidence. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have is I'm looking at the duties of this office according to the legislation. It triggers the dollar amount that we're going to expend on this new program. If you look on page 1, lines 15 and down, a lot of coordination with other organizations, create public health campaigns, provide resources for victims. And then on to page 2, instructing a government agency to create a partnership with other experts. I think Senator Holmstrom brought up the question of who would be the other partners in this, and if you look on lines 2.9, the office may coordinate with stakeholder groups. Usually when we put a focus from a legislative perspective, we try to have a balanced approach. We put the balanced requirements in law, and this one we're giving authority to a department, agency, the Department of Health in this case, kind of free rein to do whatever they choose and who they want to partner with. So I'm a little concerned. I kind of think, if I read between the lines, I don't think they're going to be coordinating with the National Rifle Association. And perhaps maybe they shouldn't. But on the other hand, there's a great number of other organizations that range from mild to extreme on their recommendations to prevent gun violence, even to the point of wanting to confiscate everyone's guns and leave them a little pea shooter that shoots one bullet at a time, a single shot type weapon, no magazine at all. And so that raises a concern the way this particular bill is written. And I'm also kind of trying to recollect how many other pieces of legislation we're creating to create other justifications for research, justifications for other agencies. And yet, what have we done in the past? Department of Health has certainly come to the legislature before and given recommendations. Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Public Safety has done the same thing. There's nothing that restricts in the law that they can collaborate in between agency to agency. So I'm just kind of, first I'm wondering the scope of this, the partnership that has no direction from the legislature, and then the cost with in referring to the duties described. I am a little concerned that we may be duplicating government service in this particular type of legislation. And occasionally the government does duplicate because they don't really focus on one agency in collaboration with another. We saw that in the 1980s and early 90s between the Environment Department, the DNR, and the PCA. And we found out, lo and behold, they're doing all the same thing and coming up pretty much with the same results at a pretty extreme cost back in those days, and we corrected that. So I'm a little concerned about mission creep and the partnership as well as the cost. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Limmer. I can understand, again, this is Senator Mann's bill, but as I look through it, I don't see anything about advocacy groups. I think it's a stakeholder groups. And I, like you, like to have a balanced a room full of all of the opinions when making big decisions like this. But I think, there's room to bring people, including responsible gun owners, to the table to talk about it. But what we're asking for is just data, data that can help us be informed as we're making the decisions about some of the public advocacy, or I'm sorry, the public campaigns, legislative recommendations. There isn't anything to say that a gun rights group would not be a part of it. Again, it's really trying to just look at data, no matter whether we like it or not, but it is there to inform us, is what I would say.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. Chair, if I could direct the committee to look at lines 2.6. Regarding grants, the office may apply for and receive grants from public and private sources and private entities, as it states. Donations for a specific function and duties to carry out duties is very influential. And I'm a little concerned about the private influence when it should be more of a government focus. The other question I did have, going back to lines, or page 1, lines 13 and 14, why is the director and full-time staff the members of the Minnesota State Retirement System going to be the influencers on this particular function of government? What do they have to do with knowledge of health or gun violence or anything else in this subject?
Senator Limmer, I'm just going to direct you to line 1.9. and 1.10 that specifies the commission must appoint a director who is highly knowledgeable about issues related to gun violence. I think that answers your question there.
But, Mr. Chair, why are we focusing on lines 13 and 14? The director and full-time staff shall be members of the Minnesota State Retirement System. Why are we isolating it to that? Aren't there other experts outside of a retirement system to have this function? This is really a curiosity that apparently we can't explain.
Senator Limmer, counsel suggests to me that that's really a state government technicality just to make sure that they're recognized as part of the retirement system, since this is an office of gun violence
Mr. Chair,
within the Commission of Health.
wouldn't it be more appropriate to have staff members from the Department of Health regarding the health impact of gun violence rather than a retirement board? I don't get it.
That might be more of a state gov kind of question, Senator Limmer, but it's the identical language for the Office of Murdered and Indigenous Women or relatives. So it sounds like it's just more standard government language.
Gobbledygook.
Well, you can characterize it as you wish. I guess it's some clarity as to their role within the staffing positions in state government. It doesn't appear to have anything more than that. In fact, the Indigenous Relatives Office even goes so far as to say who is highly knowledgeable about. So just making sure they get qualifications for that particular position and make sure they're in the state retirement system, I guess. It sounds like it's sort of standard state government language with regard to staffing.
I'll keep asking. Yes,
Senator Westland has something to add on that? Senator Westland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're actually misreading it. What it says is that they're going to be members of the system, which means they are going to participate in the retirement system. Not that the members are going to come from there. It's that they're eligible to be part of the retirement system. That's what the language says.
Did you get that?
If I may go back to the earlier discussion about coordination with organizations on line 2.9 and 10, it does indicate that the office may coordinate with those groups and agencies that are invested in reducing gun violence. So I suppose if the NRA and the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus are invested in reducing gun violence, which I would hope they would be, that they would absolutely qualify to be included in the participation of the work of this office. I'm going to suggest, what outcomes, what recommendations for policy might differ from the different groups. I, for one, would not find that if the only recommendation is arm more people, that it would necessarily be the best way to reduce gun violence, but that's something that the legislature could look at if that becomes part of the recommendations for legislative activity. Any further discussion on Senate File 513? Senator Kroon, I think you were next on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern with this is on the grants part, 2.6 and 2.7. It says the office may apply for and receive grants from public and private entities for purposes of carrying out the office's duties under this sections. This is an issue that we've talked about in this committee in various contexts outside of the subject of gun violence or anything having to do with guns. This is an ongoing discussion and an issue, a serious issue that I have is state agencies accepting money from private donations, money from private organizations. We've talked about this for a long time. I don't think government should be accepting money from private sources. The government works for the taxpayers, for the people, and not for outside groups who wish to influence government in a particular way. And so I think this is a very dangerous, slippery slope that we're embarking on. And I know we've done it. This was a discussion we had when I first got into the legislature. We've done it on some other things, and I objected then. So for consistency, I'll object in this case too. It's a dangerous precedent for us to accept private grants from outside organizations, private organizations that wish to influence policy. It's a conflict of interest. It's certainly an appearance of a conflict of interest, and the taxpayers should know that we're not accepting money from outside groups that are wishing to influence the government. So regardless of the intentions of this office, I think that's a fatal flaw in how this office is being established.
Senator Gustafson, did you want to reply to that?
Thank you, Chair Latz. Thank you, Senator Cruen. As I'm not the chief author, I don't feel comfortable making any recommendations for amendments, but if that was removed, would Senator Cruen be opposed to any other part of the bill?
Senator Cruen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I mean, I guess I'm the testifier now. Well, I have other issues with the bill. This is my top issue.
You open the door, Senator Cruen.
Well, I mean, this is, like I said, I felt compelled to speak on it. I've spoken on this every time it's come up. And I feel strongly that the government shouldn't be doing this. The government shouldn't be accepting money from private advocacy organizations, regardless of which side they are on this. I mean, I wouldn't want the government accepting money from the NRA on this issue either, or certain gun control groups. It's just not good government. So however this shakes out, that would be an improvement. The rest of the bill, you know, I have other issues with it too. I mean, I'm still reviewing it, talking with people. Certainly willing to collaborate, but that one jumped off the page, and I always say it whenever I see it in any bill, that we shouldn't be doing this.
So I know we've had conversations about this in the past, and sometimes it's about guardrails around giving grants out, and sometimes it's guardrails about receiving grants. This isn't the first bill that's come, as Senator Cruen mentioned, before us with these considerations. I will note this bill is going back to Health and Human Services, and not sure if that's a more proper jurisdiction for that evaluation, or eventually it gets to finance, and Senator Marty's been pretty careful about guardrails around grants. But you know, this one, I think we can leave it open to this committee. If there's some concern about receiving grants, we can have we can consider that. It'd be nice if there's anyone here from the agency that has anything they can give input on with regard to grant receiving. Any guardrails around that? I know we've got Office of Justice program sometimes gets involved in grant related stuff. I'm not sure if they receive grants as well as distribute them. We want to hold on a moment. There's someone in the back who's stood up. I'm not sure if it's for purposes of this or not. Okay, we have Minnesota Department of Health staff perhaps coming forward. Maybe they can help us out. Just go ahead and identify yourself for the record.
Sure, I'm Dr. Catherine Diamond. I'm the director of the Injury Prevention and Mental Health Division at the Minnesota Department of Health. And Chair, would you mind repeating the question?
The question has to do with lines 2.6 and 7 on the bill regarding to the office, proposed office receiving grants from public and private entities. Concern in particular being grants that could have the effect of or intended to influence the recommendations or outcomes or work of the office. Do you have anything you can add to help us understand that?
I can add, Chair and members of the committee, that we, most of our funding right now is through state funding and federal funding. Thank you. And currently we have very little funding that comes from private foundations. And so I think when working on our fiscal note for this, we've tried to make it functional within a reasonable amount of funding from the state, and so we wouldn't be dependent on private funding.
Do you happen to know where this language came from in the drafting process? If it was proposed by the department or someone else involved, or was it just kind of standard as the revisor's office or council was drafting? Do we know?
Mr. Chair, from what I understand, and again, not the chief author, but from what I understand, it was, there's precedence for this language in other bills, and so it was added as typical language. Sounds like there might be some room for a door open for some changes to that language. I'll, of course, leave that up to Senator Mann to review, but there could be some options.
Senator Kroon, council has pointed out to me that the Department of Public Safety has a provision in their general statute regarding acceptance of private funds under 299A. It's got more description with regard to handling those funds. But pretty importantly, it does include a report provision in there so that there's transparency at least as to what comes in from whom, and the legislature is informed about that so that we can at least understand what that is and factor that in however we wish to do. Is that something that would take a step toward the concerns you've addressed?
Mr. Chair, I'll look at the statute and I'll look at that. I think this might have come up in one of our previous discussions on this topic. I can't remember. And I'll have to go back and do some research and see if it did, and give that some thought. I mean, certainly transparency is always better. That's always an improvement.
Well, then I'm going to ask Senator Kroon if you would, I know you've got a computer in front of you, maybe you can pull up Minnesota Statute Section 299A.012. Take a look at paragraph B, which is the report provision.
If you want, I could just read this into the report, so it includes that they have to report anyway.
299A.012. And council has drafted language that could be added, if we wish, into subdivision 7 of the proposed bill that would accomplish the same purpose as paragraph B with regard to reporting to the legislature.
Give that statute again.
299A.012. Can we get some tech help down on the far end of the table here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll look at this. I mean, but I am not the author of this bill.
No, I understand, but you've raised a concern, and I respect that concern, and I'm offering a possible, at least partial solution to address that concern. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's 4 lines in existing statute. If you would prefer not to author any amendment to the bill that's before us, you know, that's your choice, of course. I'm just trying to help solve a problem here.
So are you contemplating a cross-reference or something? I'm not following.
No, we're suggesting taking essential language out of paragraph B in that statute with regard to report to the legislature on the money, the sources of it, and the specific purposes for which it was used, so that the legislature and thereby the public can have transparency as to any private donations that were received by this office.
Well, certainly that, Mr. Chair,
Senator Kroon.
certainly that would make it better. That's not how I would handle it if I were drafting this. I wouldn't even reference this. I would just strike the language.
All right. Is there anyone else on the committee that would like to offer an amendment that Mr. Pappas will describe to accomplish the purposes? Or Senator Gustafson? Here, I'm gonna do this. Senator Vice Chair Umover-Benton, would you take over? Thank you. Mr. Pappas, could you please read what you have drafted as proposed language to augment Senate File 513?
Mr. Chair, members, the language would go on page 2, line 14 after the period. And so there's already a report required. So the new language would read, the report must include information on grants received under subdivision 5, the sources of the money, and the specific purposes for which it was used, period.
So moved.
Senator Latz moves the language as described by council. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion prevails and that amendment is adopted. I'll give it back to you, Senator Latz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any further discussion on Senate File 513? Not seeing any. The motion by Senator Umover-Benton is that Senate File 513 as amended be recommended to pass and be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. And that technical authorization is granted to staff for any language corrections that need to be made. Any further discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Waiting to see if Senator Westrom intends to vote. He is apparently not online at the moment, so the motion prevails. All right, thank you, members, for this discussion. We are going to take a 30-minute break, which amazingly, staff had talked about doing it at 1 p.m. and we just happened to be done at 1:03 p.m. So we'll return at 1:33 p.m. You can leave your papers that you no longer need on your chairs, and staff will remove them before we resume. Anything you do leave on your desk will remain there when we return. We have a 30-minute break. Thank you, members. We are in recess.